The Grandpa Gang. Chapter 1. Danny Gumbo Malone folded the Cedar Key Gazette and placed it next to his eggs. The headline screamed about the first national bank robbery in 72-point type, which was probably the biggest font the paper had used since Hurricane Debbie took out the pier 3 years back. More coffee. Dolores Ramirez appeared at his elbow, pot in hand, her dark hair pulled back in that way that made Gumbo forget what he'd ordered for breakfast. Sure. He pushed his cup toward her and watched her pour. Dolores had steady hands, which Gumbo appreciated in a waitress and found attractive in a woman. She never spilled, never overfilled, never left you hanging with an empty cup while she chatted up the fishermen at table 6. She set the pot on the counter and stared at the newspaper's front page. Her face went white. "You okay?" Gumbo asked. Dolores picked up the paper, held it close to her face like she needed glasses but was too vain to wear them. "They hit the safety deposit boxes too. Says here they cleaned out the whole vault. Took everything that wasn't nailed down, and probably tried to pry up what was." Gumbo cut into his eggs and watched the yolk run across his plate. "Police figure it was professionals from Miami. Organized crime type deal." The coffee pot slipped from Dolores's grip and shattered on the linoleum floor. Coffee spread in a brown lake around her white sneakers. "Shit," she said, then looked around Mabel's diner to see if any of the morning regulars had heard her curse. Old Raj at the counter was deaf as a post, and the two fishermen were arguing about mullet runs loud enough to wake the dead. "Sorry. Don't worry about it." Gumbo grabbed a handful of napkins from the dispenser and knelt to help clean up the mess. "Happens to everybody." "No, it doesn't." Dolores knelt beside him, soaking up coffee with a bar towel. "I've worked here 6 years and never dropped anything. Not once." Gumbo looked at her hands. They shook as she pressed the towel into the puddle. "What's got you rattled?" She sat back on her heels and stared at the wet floor. "My safety deposit box was in that bank." "That's rough. Lose anything important?" Dolores laughed, but it came out wrong, like a hiccup mixed with a sob. "My grandmother's jewelry. Some coins my grandfather collected. A few other things." She stood and walked behind the counter, grabbed another towel from under the register. "Stuff I was saving for Miguel's college fund." Miguel was her kid, maybe 8 or 9 years old. Gumbo had seen him at the diner sometimes after school, doing homework at the back booth while his mother finished her shift. Smart kid, quiet, polite. The kind who said please and thank you without being reminded. "Insurance?" Gumbo asked. "On what I could prove I owned, sure. But my grandmother's wedding ring. The silver dollars from 1942. The deed to my great-grandfather's farm in Cuba?" She shook her head. "How do you prove you own things that have been in your family for 70 years? Gumbo folded the newspaper and set it aside. "Maybe the cops will get it back." "Right." Dolores wiped down the counter, scrubbing at spots that weren't there. "Professional criminals from Miami are going to return family heirlooms to a waitress in Cedar Key because it's the right thing to do. Stranger things have happened." "Name one." Gumbo thought about it. That time, Jimmy Kowalski caught a tarpon with a hot dog and a safety pin. Dolores almost smiled. "That's not the same thing." "Sure it is. Impossible things happen all the time in Florida. It's what we specialize in." She leaned against the counter and looked at him. Really looked at him, maybe for the first time since he'd started coming to Mabel's 3 months ago. Gumbo felt heat climb up his neck and hoped it didn't show. "You really believe that?" she asked. "I've seen enough weird stuff to know that normal rules don't apply here. This is a place where alligators show up in swimming pools, and old ladies win the lottery twice in 1 week. Mrs. Patterson won it 3 times, actually. See, Impossible is just Tuesday in Florida. Dolores studied his face, like she was trying to figure out if he was serious or just trying to make her feel better. Gumbo wasn't entirely sure himself. The bell above the door chimed, and Detective Ray Castellanos walked in, his badge clipped to his belt, and his shirt already showing sweat stains even though it wasn't yet 9 in the morning. "Morning, Dolores. Coffee and a Danish, right?" "Coming up, Ray." Dolores grabbed a clean cup and filled it without being asked. She knew everyone's order by heart, another thing Gumbo admired about her. Castellanos slid onto the stool next to Gumbo and nodded. "Malone. Detective. Reading about our bank job, I see. Hard to miss. Front page news." Castellanos bit into his Danish and chewed thoughtfully. "Organized crime boys from Miami. Had to be. Too clean, too professional for local talent. You sound pretty sure. 23 years on the force, 15 in robbery. I know a professional job when I see one." Castellanos sipped his coffee and made a face. "No offense, Dolores, but this tastes like motor oil." "None taken. I'll make a fresh pot." She walked toward the kitchen, and Gumbo watched her go. Castellanos followed his gaze and grinned. "You got it bad, don't you?" "Don't know what you mean." "Sure you do. Every man who comes in here gets a little moon-eyed around Dolores. Can't blame them. She's easy on the eyes and harder to catch than a greased pig." "That's a hell of a way to talk about a lady." "Relax, Romeo. I meant it as a compliment. Dolores has had half the single men in Cedar Key asking her out, and she's turned down every one of them. Woman's got standards. Good for her." Castellanos finished his Danish and wiped his fingers on a napkin. "You thinking about playing White Knight? Riding to her rescue over this bank robbery thing?" "Hadn't thought about it." "Well, don't. This is a real investigation with real criminals, not some missing cat case you can solve by asking around the neighborhood." Gumbo drained his coffee cup and left $3 on the counter. "Who said anything about solving anything?" "Nobody. But I know you, Malone. You see a damsel in distress, and you start getting ideas about helping out. These Miami boys aren't going to be impressed by your charm and your questions." "Maybe they're not from Miami." Castellanos laughed. "Right. A crew hits a small-town bank for over $20 million in cash and valuables, uses professional techniques, and leaves no witnesses, and you think it's what, local talent? Could be. Could be a lot of things. Could be space aliens or trained dolphins. But it's not. It's organized crime, and they're probably halfway back to South Beach by now with their score." Dolores returned with fresh coffee and refilled Castellanos' cup. She moved like she was sleepwalking, going through the motions but not really there. "Thanks, sweetheart," Castellanos said, then looked at Gumbo. "Stay out of this one, Malone. I mean it. Real cops are handling real evidence, and we don't need amateur hour mucking up the works." Gumbo stood and dropped a 20 on the counter. "Keep the change," he told Dolores. She looked at the bill and then at him. "This is way too much. Consider it an investment in impossible things." He walked toward the door, the bell chiming as he pushed it open. Behind him, he heard Castellanos say something about crazy private investigators, but Gumbo wasn't listening anymore. Outside, the morning sun felt good on his face. He looked back through the diner window and saw Dolores watching him, the 20 still in her hand. She looked like she wanted to say something, but didn't know what. Gumbo climbed into his truck and sat there for a minute, thinking about impossible things and family heirlooms and 8-year-old boys who deserved a shot at college. Then he started the engine and drove toward First National Bank. Chapter 2. First National Bank looked like a crime scene, which made sense since that's exactly what it was. Yellow tape stretched across the front entrance, and 2 patrol cars sat in the parking lot with their lights off. Gumbo parked his truck next to a news van from Gainesville and walked toward the building. A uniformed cop stepped in front of him. "Sorry, sir. Crime scenes closed to the public." "Gumbo, I'm a private investigator." He pulled out his license and showed it to the officer, whose name tag read Hendricks. "You working this case?" "Thinking about it." Hendricks studied the license like it might tell him something useful. "You'll need to clear it with Detective Castellanos." "Where is he?" "Inside, talking to the bank manager again." Hendricks handed back the license. "Fair warning, he's not in a good mood." Gumbo ducked under the tape and walked through the front door. The lobby looked like someone had turned it upside down and shaken it. Chairs were overturned, papers scattered across the marble floor, and the teller windows had been smashed. But something about the destruction felt wrong, like someone had made a mess on purpose rather than letting it happen during a robbery. Castellanos stood near the vault entrance, talking to a short man in a rumpled suit, who kept wiping his forehead with a handkerchief. "Completely cleaned out," the man was saying. "Every single box. 40 years I've been in banking, and I've never seen anything like it." "Mr. Morrison, this is Gumbo," Castellanos said when he noticed him approaching. "He's a private investigator who thinks he can help us solve this case." Morrison looked at Gumbo with the expression of a man who'd been kicked by too many horses. "Any help would be appreciated, Mr. Malone. This is going to ruin us." "What exactly happened?" Gumbo asked. "They came in right after we opened yesterday morning," Morrison said. 3 of them, maybe 4. Wore masks, carried guns. Professional operation from start to finish. Witnesses? 2 tellers and myself. But like I told Detective Castellanos, they didn't talk much. Just pointed and grunted. Gumbo walked closer to the vault. The heavy steel door stood open, revealing empty shelves where safety deposit boxes should have been. "They take the whole boxes?" "Every one. Didn't even try to open them here. Just loaded them into bags and wheeled them out on a cart." "Security cameras?" Morrison's face turned red. They knew exactly where they were. Spray painted the lenses before they started working. Like they'd been here before. Castellanos cleared his throat. "Malone, I need to talk to you." "Outside." They walked through the lobby and out into the parking lot. Castellanos waited until they were away from the building before he spoke. "What the hell are you doing here?" "Looking around. Learning things. This is a federal case now. FBI's taking over as soon as their boys get down from Jacksonville. You need to back off. Free country. I can look at whatever I want from the sidewalk. Don't be cute with me. I know you're thinking about playing hero for that waitress, but this isn't some insurance scam or cheating husband case. These are dangerous people." Gumbo knelt next to the bank's front door and examined the sidewalk. "What kind of dangerous people leave footprints in the flower bed?" "What are you talking about?" "Look." Gumbo pointed to the landscaped area beside the entrance. Fresh prints in the mulch. Size 11 shoes, maybe 12. But look at the pattern. Castellanos crouched beside him and studied the impressions. "I don't see anything special." "Orthopedic soles. See the extra support through the arch. And the way the heel's worn on the outside edge. Whoever made these tracks has hip problems." "So what? Lots of people have bad hips." "How many bank robbers you know who need special shoes for their arthritis?" Castellanos stood and brushed dirt off his knees. "Maybe one of the EMTs stepped there when they were checking on the tellers." "Maybe." Gumbo walked around the side of the building, following a trail of disturbed mulch. But EMTs don't usually smoke Marlboro Lights. How do you? Gumbo picked up a cigarette butt from behind a palmetto bush and held it up. Filters barely smoked. Somebody stood here for maybe 2 minutes, took a few puffs, then tossed it. Could be from anybody. Could be from last week. Could be. Except, it's sitting on top of yesterday's newspaper. Gumbo lifted the butt to reveal a section of the Cedar Key Gazette underneath. Sports page. Miguel Cabrera hit 2 home runs against the Rays. Castellanos took the cigarette butt and sealed it in an evidence bag he pulled from his jacket pocket. Fine. I'll have the lab check it. But this doesn't change anything. Professional criminals from Miami. You smell that? Gumbo interrupted. Smell what? Menthol. But not from the cigarette. Something else. Gumbo knelt again and sniffed the mulch around the palmetto bush. Bengay. Somebody with joint pain was standing here. You're reaching, Malone. Am I? Professional criminals from Miami who need orthopedic shoes and arthritis cream? What kind of crew are we talking about here? The Golden Girls. Castellanos walked back toward the front of the building. I'm not listening to any more of this. The FBI will be here in 2 hours, and when they arrive, I'm telling them about your theory that senior citizens robbed the bank. I didn't say senior citizens. I said somebody with hip problems and joint pain. Same difference. Gumbo followed him to the parking lot. Mind if I talk to the tellers? Yes, I mind. This is a police investigation, not amateur hour. Come on, Ray. What's it going to hurt? Plenty. These people are traumatized. Last thing they need is some private dick asking the same questions I already asked. Different person, different questions. Castellanos stopped walking and turned to face him. What is it with you and this case? You got a dozen other things you could be working on. Why this one? Gumbo thought about Dolores standing behind the counter at Mabel's, her hands shaking as she cleaned up spilled coffee. He thought about her 8-year-old son doing homework in a diner booth and dreaming about college. Maybe I like the challenge. Bullshit. This is about the waitress. Her name's Dolores. I know her name. Known her longer than you have. And I'm telling you as a friend, she's not interested. In what? In whatever white knight fantasy you're cooking up. Dolores Ramirez is a smart woman who takes care of herself and her kid without anybody's help. She doesn't need you to rescue her. A white van with FBI markings pulled into the parking lot and parked near the entrance. 2 men in dark suits got out and walked toward the building. That's my cue to leave, Gumbo said. Smart move. Go find yourself a missing dog case or something. Let the professionals handle this. Gumbo walked to his truck and climbed behind the wheel. Through the windshield, he watched Castellanos greet the FBI agents and lead them into the bank. One of the agents looked young enough to be in high school. The other had gray hair and the careful posture of someone who'd spent too many years sitting behind a desk. He started the engine and backed out of the parking space, but instead of heading home, he drove through downtown Cedar Key toward the residential area on the north side of town. If professional criminals from Miami had robbed the bank, they would have been long gone by now. But if the robbers were local, if they were people with arthritis and hip problems who needed to take smoke breaks and rest their joints, then they might still be around. Gumbo had lived in Cedar Key long enough to know that the town had 3 retirement communities within a 5-mile radius of the bank. Sunset Palms, Golden Years Village, and Pelican Point. All of them were full of people with orthopedic shoes and medicine cabinets stocked with Bengay. He turned left on Palmetto Street and headed toward Sunset Palms. If he was wrong, he'd wasted an afternoon. If he was right, Dolores might get her grandmother's jewelry back in time to pay for her son's college. The thought of seeing her smile made the long shot seem worth taking. Chapter 3. Sunset Palms Retirement Community looked like every other retirement community in Florida. Low buildings painted in colors that were supposed to be cheerful, but mostly looked like somebody had thrown up a rainbow. Palm trees lined the circular drive, and a fountain in the center courtyard featured 3 concrete dolphins that had seen better decades. Gumbo parked next to a powder blue Lincoln Town car and walked through the front entrance. The lobby smelled like disinfectant and vanilla air freshener, with an undertone of something that might have been boiled vegetables. A woman behind the reception desk looked up from her crossword puzzle. Her name tag read Gladys, and she wore the kind of smile that people put on when they're paid to be friendly. "Can I help you? I'm looking into the bank robbery yesterday. Wondering if anyone here might have seen anything unusual." Gladys set down her pencil. "Are you with the police?" "Private investigator." Gumbo showed her his license. "Just asking around the neighborhood." "Well, nobody here would know anything about bank robberies. Our residents are very respectable people." "I'm sure they are. But maybe somebody saw unusual activity in the area. Strange cars, people who didn't belong." "Honey, half our residents can't see past the end of their noses, and the other half forgot what they saw 5 minutes after they saw it. You're barking up the wrong tree." A man's voice called out from across the lobby. "Gladys, quit being rude to the nice detective." Gumbo turned to see an elderly man in a wheelchair rolling toward them. He had thick white hair, horn-rimmed glasses, and forearms that looked like they'd once belonged to someone who worked with his hands. His wheelchair was the expensive kind, all carbon fiber and precision engineering. "I'm not a detective," Gumbo said. "Private investigator." "Same difference. You're trying to catch the bad guys." The man extended his hand. "Morty Weinstock. Welcome to Sunset Palms, where the early bird special is the highlight of the week." Gumbo shook his hand and felt calluses that hadn't come from shuffleboard. "Gumbo, you hear about the bank robbery?" "Heard about it. Hell, it's all anybody's talked about since yesterday. Bank gets hit for 20 million, and suddenly everybody's an expert on crime fighting. You have any theories?" Morty wheeled closer and lowered his voice. "Between you and me, I think it was an inside job. Had to be. These professional crews, they don't just walk into a small-town bank without knowing the layout, the security, the schedules." "That's interesting. You know much about bank security?" "I know enough. Spent 40 years installing safes for a living. Worked on half the banks between here and Tampa." Morty adjusted his glasses. "Course, that was before my accident. Now I'm just another old guy in a wheelchair, watching game shows and eating Jell-O." "What kind of accident?" "Construction site. Crane collapsed on my legs 15 years ago. Lucky to be alive, unlucky to be walking." Morty shrugged. "Could be worse. Could be dead." A creaky voice cut across the lobby like a knife through butter. "Morty Weinstock, you get away from that man right now." Gumbo looked toward the voice and saw a small man with silver hair and eyes like a hawk. He wore a velour tracksuit and carried it like he expected people to get out of the way. "Pete, meet Gumbo," Morty said. "He's investigating the bank robbery." Pete looked Gumbo up and down like he was pricing him for resale. "What bank robbery?" "Pete, it's been on the news all morning," Morty said. "I don't watch the news. Too depressing." Pete stepped closer to Gumbo. "You're not very big for a detective." "I'm not a detective. I'm a private investigator." "Same thing. You carry a gun?" "Sometimes." "Good. This place could use some excitement." Pete grabbed Morty's wheelchair and started pushing him toward the common area. "Come on, Morty. Eddie's waiting for us in the game room." "Nice meeting you," Morty called over his shoulder as Pete wheeled him away. Gladys shook her head. "Don't mind Pete. He thinks he runs this place." "Does he?" "Pretty much. Been here longer than anybody else. Knows where all the bodies are buried, if you know what I mean." Gumbo followed the direction Pete had taken Morty and found himself in a large room filled with card tables, a big screen TV, and enough overstuffed furniture to furnish a hotel lobby. A dozen residents were scattered around the room, some playing cards, others watching a soap opera with the volume turned up loud enough to wake the dead. Pete had parked Morty's wheelchair next to a card table where two other people sat playing what looked like gin rummy. One was a man with curly red hair who couldn't have been a day under 70, but moved like he was 40. The other was a man wearing a hearing aid and a confused expression. "Eddie, Frank, this is Mr. Malone," Pete announced. "He's investigating the bank robbery." The ginger looked up from his cards. "What bank robbery?" "The one at First National yesterday," Pete said. $20 million, cleaned out the whole vault." "Holy shit," Eddie said, then looked around to see if anyone had heard the curse. "Sorry. Slipped out." The man with the hearing aid cupped his ear. "What's everybody talking about?" "Bank robbery, Frank," Pete shouted. "What about it?" "Somebody robbed the bank." Frank nodded like this made perfect sense. "Probably needed the money. Bank's got plenty." "Frank used to work at the post office," Pete explained to Gumbo. "He's not exactly a criminal mastermind." "What did you say about me?" Frank asked. "She said you're handsome," Eddie shouted back. Frank beamed. "Thank you, buddy. You're not bad yourself." Gumbo pulled out a chair and sat down. "Mind if I ask you folks a few questions?" "Fire away," Eddie said. "We got nothing but time." "Did anyone notice anything unusual yesterday morning? Strange cars, people who didn't belong in the neighborhood?" "Define unusual," Pete said. "Around here, unusual is when somebody remembers to take their medication. People coming and going at odd times. Activity that didn't fit the normal routine." Morty wheeled closer to the table. "You think the robbers might have been local?" "Just exploring all possibilities." "Smart approach," Pete said. "Most investigators would assume it was outsiders. Professional criminals from Miami or someplace like that." "What are we talking about now?" Frank asked. "Criminals from Miami," Eddie shouted. "I don't like Miami. Too crowded. And the drivers are terrible." Pete rolled his eyes. "Frank, you haven't driven in 10 years. "What?" "Nothing, Frank. Keep playing cards." Eddie laid down 3 queens and grinned. "Gin. Pay up, Pete." Pete tossed a quarter into the center of the table. "You're cheating." "Prove it." "I will. Eventually." Gumbo watched the interaction and felt like he was missing something. These four had the easy familiarity of people who'd known each other for years, but there was an undercurrent he couldn't identify. Like they shared a secret. "How long have you all lived here?" he asked. "I've been here 8 years," Pete said. "Eddie came 2 years after me. Morty's been here 5 years, and Frank just moved in last year." "Where did you live before?" "All over," Eddie said. "I was a truck driver for 30 years. Saw every highway between here and Seattle." "Truck driver?" Gumbo looked at him again, noting the confident way he held herself, the strong hands that shuffled cards like a Las Vegas dealer. "Don't look so surprised. I can drive big rigs just as good as anyone still. Better, most of the time. We don't get road rage and try to race trains." "What about you, Frank?" What about me? Where did you live before here? Oh, Jacksonville. Worked for the Postal Service 42 years. Rain or shine, snow or sleet, I delivered the mail. It doesn't snow in Jacksonville, Pete pointed out. What? Never mind, Frank. Morty leaned forward in his wheelchair. You really think locals could have pulled off a $20 million bank job? Depends on the locals. Most people around here can barely program their cable boxes, Pete said. You think they could crack a bank vault? Maybe they didn't need to crack it. Maybe they just needed to know when it would be open and how to get the safety deposit boxes out. Eddie dealt another hand of cards. That would take inside information. Somebody who knew the bank's procedures. Or somebody who'd worked with banks before, Gumbo said, looking at Morty. Morty laughed. You think I rolled my wheelchair into First National and made off with $20 million in loot? Hell, I'd probably throw out my back lifting a bag of quarters. I didn't say that. Good. Because the only crime I've committed lately is beating Pete at canasta 3 weeks running. Lucky streak, Pete muttered. Frank squinted at his cards. These numbers are too small. I can't see what I'm holding. Frank, you're holding your cards upside down, Eddie shouted. Frank flipped his cards over. That's better. Why didn't anybody tell me? Pete stood up from the table. Mr. Malone, it's been nice talking to you, but we have our afternoon activities starting soon. Bingo at 3, then dinner at 5. Of course. Thanks for your time. Gumbo walked back through the lobby, past Gladys and her crossword puzzle, and out to the parking lot. As he unlocked his truck, he looked back at the building and saw 4 faces watching him from the game room window. Pete, Eddie, Morty, and Frank standing together like they were planning something. Or like they just finished planning something and were watching to see if he'd figured it out. He climbed into his truck and started the engine, but instead of leaving, he drove around to the back of the complex and parked where he could watch the rear exits. If his instincts were right, those 4 were more than just retirement community friends playing cards and complaining about the food. They were the most unlikely bank robbers he'd ever met, which in Florida probably meant they were exactly what they appeared to be. Chapter 4. Salvatore Sally Knuckles, Torino, stood on the terrace of his South Beach penthouse, watching the sunrise paint the Atlantic Ocean in shades of orange and pink. He wore a white silk robe and held a cup of espresso that cost more than most people made in a day. At 68, Sally had everything a man could want: money, power, respect, and a view that made tourists weep with envy. What he didn't have was patience for people who thought they could move into his territory without permission. The phone rang inside the apartment, and Sally walked through the sliding glass doors to answer it. The caller ID showed a number he recognized, his contact at the Broward County Sheriff's Office. Talk to me, Detective Morrison. Sally, we got a problem. That bank job in Cedar Key yesterday? Word is it was $20 million minimum, maybe more. Sally set down his espresso cup and felt his blood pressure tick upward. What bank job in Cedar Key? You don't know. First National got hit hard. Vault cleaned out, safety deposit boxes gone. Professional job, according to the locals. And you think this has something to do with me? Come on, Sally. Cedar Key's in your territory. Nobody pulls a $20 million score in your backyard without clearing it first. Unless what? Unless somebody's making a move. Testing your boundaries. Sally walked to the window and looked out at the beach, where early morning joggers were already working up a sweat. $20 million was serious money, even by his standards. The kind of money that represented either a major opportunity or a major insult. Who's handling the investigation? Local cops are calling it organized crime out of Miami. FBI's taking over later today. They mention any names? Not yet. But if this was one of your operations, they'll figure it out soon enough. Sally hung up without saying goodbye and walked to his bedroom closet. He pulled out a charcoal gray suit that had been tailored in Naples, the one in Italy, not Florida, and laid it on the bed. If somebody was operating in his territory without permission, they needed to understand how business worked in South Florida. 20 minutes later, Sally walked into the kitchen where his nephew Vinny was eating cereal and reading sports scores on his phone. "Pack a bag," Sally said. "We're taking a road trip." Vinny looked up from his Cheerios. "Where to?" "Cedar Key." "Ever heard of it?" "No." "It's a fishing village on the Gulf Coast. Population, maybe 800. The kind of place where everybody knows everybody else's business." "What's in Cedar Key?" Sally poured himself another espresso from the machine that had cost more than Vinny's car. $20 million, and somebody who needs to learn some manners. Vinny set down his spoon. "Somebody ripped off $20 million? From where?" "A bank. And according to the cops, it was a professional job. Which means either I've got competition I don't know about, or somebody's trying to send me a message." "What kind of message?" "The kind that says they don't respect territorial boundaries. The kind that gets people hurt if they're not careful." Sally walked to the window and looked down at the street 8 floors below. Miami Beach was waking up. Tourists heading to breakfast, locals walking their dogs, the usual mix of people who made the city work. It was his city, or at least the part of it that mattered. He'd spent 40 years building his reputation and his territory, and he wasn't about to let some ambitious crew from Tampa or Jacksonville think they could expand into his business. "You want me to bring the boys?" Vinny asked. "No. This is reconnaissance, not a war party. We go up there, ask some questions, find out who's responsible. If it turns out to be somebody I need to have a conversation with, we'll handle it appropriately." Vinny finished his cereal and put the bowl in the sink. "When do we leave?" "Now. Pack light, we're not staying long. Just long enough to remind people how things work around here." Sally went back to his bedroom and finished dressing, choosing a tie that was subtle enough for small-town Florida, but expensive enough to make a point. He strapped on his Rolex, not the flashy gold one, but the steel submariner that said he was serious without screaming about it. His phone rang again. This time, it was Marco Castellano, his lawyer. "Sally, I just heard about Cedar Key. Please tell me you're not thinking about driving up there." "Why would I not want to visit a charming fishing village?" "Because the FBI is all over this case. And if you show up asking questions about a bank robbery, they're going to assume you're involved." Sally walked to his dresser and selected a pair of cufflinks. "I'm a legitimate businessman, Marco. I have every right to visit any part of Florida I want." "You're a legitimate businessman with a record and a reputation. The feds see you within 50 miles of a $20 million bank job. They're going to start building a case whether you did it or not. Then, I guess I better find out who really did it before they get too creative with their theories." Sally hung up and finished getting dressed. Marco was right about the FBI, but that didn't change the fundamental problem. Somebody had pulled off a major score in his territory without asking permission. If word got out that Sally Knuckles didn't know about a $20 million robbery in his own backyard, every ambitious crew from Jacksonville to Tampa would start getting ideas about expansion. He walked back to the kitchen, where Vinny was loading a duffel bag with what looked like enough clothes for a week. "Jesus, Vinny, we're going to Cedar Key, not Antarctica. How much stuff do you need? I don't know what the weather's like up there. It's Florida. It's hot and humid, same as everywhere else. Bring 2 shirts and a pair of pants. Vinny unpacked half his bag and zipped it closed. You really think somebody's trying to move in on your territory? Sally considered the question while he locked the apartment and called for the elevator. The thing about territory was that it required constant maintenance. People needed to understand that certain areas belonged to certain people, and that crossing those boundaries had consequences. It was like maintaining a garden. You had to pull the weeds before they took over the whole yard. I think somebody made a mistake, he said as the elevator doors closed. And we're going to help them understand why it was a mistake. The ride to Cedar Key would take about 3 hours, long enough for Sally to think through his approach. He couldn't go in hard, too much law enforcement attention. But he couldn't ignore it either, too much risk of looking weak. He needed to find the middle ground, the sweet spot where he could send a message without drawing unwanted attention. The elevator reached the parking garage, and Sally walked to his car, a black Mercedes that was fast enough to be useful but conservative enough to avoid notice. Vinny climbed into the passenger seat and buckled his seatbelt. So what's the plan? Vinny asked as Sally started the engine. We drive to Cedar Key. We ask polite questions. We find out who robbed the bank and why they thought they could do it without clearing it with me first. And then Sally pulled out of the garage and headed for I-95 North. Then we have a conversation about boundaries and respect and the way business is supposed to work in Florida. What if they don't want to have that conversation? Sally smiled and merged into traffic. Vinny, everybody wants to have that conversation. They just don't always know it yet. The drive to Cedar Key would give him time to think, time to plan, and time to decide how hard he needed to push to make his point. $20 million was a lot of money, but respect was worth more. And by the time he was finished in Cedar Key, everyone involved would understand the difference between the two. Chapter 5. Eduardo El Sombra Morales stood in the first-class cabin of American Airlines Flight 1247 from Mexico City to Tampa, adjusting his Italian silk tie while the flight attendant offered him champagne. He declined with a polite smile and checked his Patek Philippe watch. 2 hours and 37 minutes until landing, then a 90-minute drive to Cedar Key to retrieve what belonged to his employer. At 34, Eduardo had built a reputation for efficiency and discretion. He spoke 5 languages, held degrees from Stanford and the London School of Economics, and could kill a man with a fountain pen if the situation required it. What he couldn't do, what no one in his line of work could do, was explain to Joaquin Herrera how 23 kilos of pure Colombian cocaine had vanished from a bank vault in a Florida fishing village. The flight attendant returned with a hot towel, and Eduardo accepted it gratefully. He'd been in Mexico City for 3 days, handling a supply chain problem that had required delicate negotiations and one unfortunate demonstration of consequences. The work was necessary, but unpleasant, and Eduardo was looking forward to what he assumed would be a simple recovery operation in Cedar Key. His phone buzzed with a text message from his contact at the DEA. Bank robbery yesterday. Professional job. FBI taking over. 20+ million stolen. Eduardo deleted the message and closed his eyes. The cocaine in the Cedar Key safety deposit box was worth approximately $2 million wholesale, but its value to Joaquin Herrera went far beyond money. It represented a test shipment for a new distribution network that stretched from Cartagena to Jacksonville. If the network was compromised, if law enforcement was tracking the product, 23 kilos of missing cocaine would be the least of everyone's problems. The plane hit turbulence over the Gulf of Mexico, and Eduardo gripped his armrest while he considered his options. The simplest approach would be to assume the bank robbery was unrelated to his employer's business, a coincidence that happened to involve the wrong safety deposit box at the wrong time. But Eduardo hadn't survived 12 years in his profession by believing in coincidences. Someone had robbed First National Bank and taken contents from every safety deposit box in the vault. Either they were incredibly lucky amateurs who'd stumbled onto a major score, or they were professionals who knew exactly what they were looking for. The first scenario was manageable. The second was a declaration of war. The flight attendant announced their descent into Tampa, and Eduardo opened his laptop to review the files his research team had compiled. Cedar Key had a population of 792, depending on which census you believed. The town's main industries were fishing, tourism, and what the files diplomatically called maritime commerce, which Eduardo interpreted as smuggling. The bank itself was a single-story building constructed in 1987, with standard security systems and a vault that had been upgraded in 2019. The employee records showed 17 people with access to various parts of the building, from janitors to the bank president. None of them had criminal records beyond traffic violations and a 30-year-old marijuana possession charge against one of the tellers. Eduardo closed the laptop as the plane touched down. The employee records didn't matter if the robbery had been committed by outsiders. What mattered was finding out who'd taken his employer's property and convincing them to return it before Joaquin Herrera decided to handle the situation personally. The car rental counter at Tampa International Airport was staffed by a teenage girl who seemed impressed by Eduardo's platinum credit card and his request for the most inconspicuous sedan available. "We've got a nice Camry," she said, typing on her computer. "Silver. Practically invisible. Perfect." 20 minutes later, Eduardo was driving north on I-75 in a car that looked like every other rental sedan on the highway. He changed from his travel clothes into khakis, a polo shirt, and boat shoes, the uniform of middle-class tourists visiting Florida's Gulf Coast. His phone rang as he passed the exit for Brooksville. The caller ID showed a number he recognized but hoped he wouldn't see. "Buenas tardes, Joaquin." "Eduardo. Tell me you have good news. I'm driving to Cedar Key now. Should have more information within a few hours." "What kind of information?" Eduardo chose his words carefully. Joaquin Herrera was not a patient man, and he had strong opinions about people who made excuses instead of delivering results. The bank robbery appears to have been a random crime. Professional execution, but not targeted specifically at our assets. "You sound uncertain." "I won't be certain until I've had a chance to investigate." "How long?" 24 hours. Maybe less." There was silence on the line, and Eduardo could picture his employer sitting behind his desk in the compound outside Medellin, tapping his gold pen against a leather portfolio while he decided whether 24 hours was acceptable. "Eduardo, this shipment was important to me. Not just the product, but what it represented. Do you understand?" "I understand." "Good. Because if our new distribution network has been compromised, if someone is targeting our operations specifically, then we have a much larger problem than 23 missing kilos. I'll find out what happened." "I know you will. And if you discover that someone took what belongs to me deliberately, you'll handle that situation appropriately." The line went dead, and Eduardo set the phone on the passenger seat. He understood exactly what appropriately meant in Joaquin Herrera's vocabulary, and he hoped for everyone's sake that the Cedar Key robbery had been a coincidence. The GPS directed him off the interstate and onto a series of smaller roads that wound through pine forests and cattle ranches. The landscape gradually changed from suburban sprawl to rural Florida, and Eduardo found himself driving behind pickup trucks and horse trailers instead of BMWs and Mercedes. His phone buzzed with another text message, this one from his intelligence contact in Miami. Sally Torino, asking questions about Cedar Key robbery. Territorial concerns. Eduardo smiled despite himself. Salvatore Torino was old-school organized crime, the kind of man who still believed in territorial boundaries and traditional respect. If Sally was concerned about the Cedar Key robbery, it meant he wasn't responsible for it, and it meant Eduardo might have an unexpected ally in his investigation. The GPS announced that he was 5 miles from his destination, and Eduardo began looking for a place to stay. Cedar Key was small enough that a stranger asking questions would be noticed, which meant he needed a cover story that would let him blend in with the other tourists. He passed a sign advertising, "Historic Cedar Key, Island Time starts here," and decided that he was a marine biology researcher from the University of Miami, studying Gulf Coast ecosystems. It was close enough to his actual education to be believable, and boring enough that most people wouldn't ask follow-up questions. The road ended at a waterfront parking area, surrounded by restaurants and gift shops. Eduardo parked the Camry and walked to the edge of the dock, looking out at the Gulf of Mexico while he planned his approach. Somewhere in this small town, someone had 23 kilos of his employer's cocaine. His job was to find it, recover it, and ensure that whoever had taken it understood the consequences of their actions. A pelican landed on the dock railing beside him and fixed him with one black eye as if it were evaluating his intentions. Eduardo reached into his pocket and pulled out a business card he'd prepared during the flight. Dr. Eduardo Martinez, Marine Biology Research, University of Miami. "Don't worry," he told the pelican. "I'm just here to ask some questions." The pelican tilted its head, apparently unimpressed by his credentials, and flew away toward a fishing boat that was heading back to shore. Eduardo watched it go and wondered if recovering 23 kilos of cocaine from a small Florida fishing village would be as simple as he'd hoped. Given his experience with small Florida towns, he doubted it. Chapter 6. Chuck, the tracker, Benson pulled his rusted Ford F-150 into what he thought was the parking lot of Sunset Palms Retirement Community and immediately realized he'd made a mistake. The sign in front of him read Sunset Harbor Marina, and instead of wheelchairs and walkers, he was looking at fishing boats and seagulls. "Damn GPS," he muttered, backing out of the marina parking lot and nearly sideswiping a boat trailer in the process. Piece of Chinese junk couldn't find its way out of a paper bag. Chuck had been a bounty hunter for 6 years, ever since he'd gotten laid off from his job at the Gainesville water treatment plant. In that time, he'd successfully apprehended exactly 3 fugitives: a shoplifter who'd fallen asleep in the mall parking lot, a check kiter who'd turned himself in at the police station while Chuck was still looking for his house, and a meth dealer who'd been arrested by actual cops while Chuck was staking out the wrong trailer park. But the Cedar Key bank robbery was going to be different. Chuck could feel it in his bones, the same way he could feel rain coming or knew when his ex-wife was about to call and ask for money. This was his big break, the case that would establish his reputation and maybe get him featured on one of those reality TV shows about bounty hunters. The GPS recalculated his route and directed him to turn right at the next intersection. Chuck followed the directions and found himself driving through what looked like a residential neighborhood filled with houses that had seen better decades. Most of the yards featured palm trees, plastic flamingos, and the kind of lawn ornaments that suggested their owners had given up on caring what the neighbors thought. "Turn left in 200 feet, the GPS announced in its annoyingly cheerful voice. Chuck turned left and immediately found himself in another marina parking lot, this one featuring a bait shop and a restaurant called The Rusty Anchor. A hand-painted sign advertised fresh fish daily and cold beer always, which sounded promising but wasn't going to help him find the retirement community where he was certain the bank robbers were hiding. He parked the truck and walked into the bait shop, where a man with a gray beard and arms covered in fishing-related tattoos was arranging live shrimp in a cooler. "Excuse me," Chuck said, pulling out his bounty hunter license and holding it up like a badge. "Chuck Benson, Fugitive Recovery Specialist. I'm looking for Sunset Palms Retirement Community." The man looked at the license and then at Chuck's outfit: cowboy boots, cargo pants, and a tactical vest that he'd ordered from a military surplus catalog. "You planning to arrest somebody at the old folks' home?" "I'm investigating the bank robbery. Following up on some leads." "Bank robbery?" The man set down a net full of shrimp. "You mean the one that happened yesterday?" "That's right. $20 million, professional job. Word is the perpetrators might be hiding out at a local retirement community." The man's expression shifted from curiosity to amusement. "You think some old folks robbed First National?" "Stranger things have happened. Sometimes the best criminals are the ones nobody suspects." "Uh-huh. Well, Sunset Palms is about 3 miles that way." The man pointed toward a road that led away from the water. "But if you're looking for dangerous criminals, you might want to start somewhere else." Chuck thanked him and walked back to his truck, ignoring the man's chuckles. People always underestimated bounty hunters, just like they underestimated senior citizens. But Chuck had done his research, and he knew that retirement communities were perfect hiding places for criminals on the run. Who would think to look for bank robbers among a bunch of people playing bingo and eating early bird specials? The drive to Sunset Palms took him through a maze of residential streets that all looked identical: single-story houses with tile roofs, small front yards, and mailboxes shaped like fish or seashells. Chuck got lost twice before he finally spotted the sign for the retirement community, and by the time he pulled into the parking lot, he was sweating through his tactical vest. The building looked like every other retirement home he'd ever seen: beige stucco walls, tinted windows, and landscaping that featured more concrete than plants. Chuck parked between a powder blue Lincoln and a white Buick that looked old enough to have been driven off the lot by the original owner. He checked his equipment before getting out of the truck. Handcuffs on his belt, pepper spray in his right pocket, digital camera in his left pocket, and a voice recorder clipped to his vest. Chuck had learned the importance of documentation after a bail bondsman had refused to pay him because he couldn't prove he'd actually captured the fugitive in question. The lobby of Sunset Palms smelled like industrial disinfectant and something that might have been tuna casserole. A woman behind the reception desk looked up from her computer and smiled the kind of professional smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Can I help you?" Chuck pulled out his license again and set it on the counter. "Chuck Benson, Fugitive Recovery Specialist. I'm investigating the bank robbery that occurred yesterday morning." The woman, her name tag read Gladys, picked up the license and examined it like she was looking for hidden messages. "Are you with the police?" "I work with law enforcement agencies to apprehend fugitives who've skipped bail. Right now, I'm following up on information that suggests the bank robbery suspects might be hiding in this area." "Hiding here?" Gladys looked around the lobby as if she expected to see masked gunmen crouched behind the potted plants. "Mr. Benson, our residents are retired people. The most exciting thing that happens here is when somebody wins at bingo. Ma'am, with respect, criminals often hide in places where they're least likely to be suspected. A retirement community would be perfect cover for someone trying to lay low after a major score." Gladys handed back his license. "I suppose you can look around if you want, but I think you're wasting your time." Most of our residents can barely walk to the mailbox, much less rob a bank. Chuck clipped the license back to his vest and surveyed the lobby. Several elderly people were sitting in chairs watching a television that was turned up loud enough to be heard in the parking lot. A soap opera was on, and the actors were having an argument about someone named Chad, who had apparently betrayed someone named Brittany with someone named Madison. I'd like to speak with some of the residents, if that's okay. Knock yourself out, but try not to excite them too much. We don't want anybody having a heart attack. Chuck walked toward the television area, trying to look professional and authoritative. The residents glanced at him with expressions that ranged from mild curiosity to complete indifference. One old man wearing a cardigan and reading glasses looked up from his newspaper. "You hear about the bingo game?" the man asked. "No, sir. I'm investigating the bank robbery." Chuck Benson, fugitive recovery specialist. Bank robbery? What bank robbery? Before Chuck could answer, an elderly woman with silver hair and sharp eyes appeared at his elbow. "Are you the man who's been asking questions about unusual activity?" "That depends. Are you the person with information about the bank robbery?" "I might be, but I don't talk to strangers standing in the middle of the lobby. Too many ears around here, if you know what I mean." Chuck looked around and noticed that several other residents had stopped what they were doing to listen to their conversation. "Where would you suggest we talk?" "Outside. By the fountain. Give me 5 minutes to get my sweater." The woman walked away, and Chuck headed for the exit. As he pushed through the glass doors, he felt the familiar tingle of excitement that came with a major breakthrough. This was it, the moment when months of bad luck and failed cases turned around. He was about to crack the biggest bank robbery in Cedar Key history. The fountain in the courtyard featured 3 concrete dolphins that looked like they'd been crafted by someone who'd never actually seen a dolphin. Chuck sat on the bench beside the fountain and pulled out his voice recorder, checking the battery level and making sure the microphone was working. 5 minutes later, the woman appeared with a pink cardigan draped over her shoulders. She looked around the courtyard like she was checking for surveillance cameras, then sat down beside Chuck. "Now then," she said, "what exactly do you want to know about the bank robbery?" Chapter 7. Dr. Amanda Finch stood in the parking lot of the Cedar Key Historical Society, adjusting her safari hat and checking her equipment bag for the 3rd time. Inside the bag were a magnifying glass, a digital camera, latex gloves, pH testing strips, and a portable UV light. Everything a serious archaeologist needed to authenticate a 16th century Spanish treasure map. The fact that she wasn't actually an archaeologist was a minor detail that Amanda preferred not to dwell on. She had a bachelor's degree in art history from Florida State, 3 years of graduate work in museum studies that she'd never finished, and a burning desire to discover something that would make her famous. In Amanda's mind, that was close enough to professional credentials. She'd driven up from St. Petersburg the moment she heard about the bank robbery on the morning news. $20 million in cash and valuables stolen from safety deposit boxes meant that everything in that vault was now evidence in a federal investigation. But before the FBI locked everything away forever, Amanda intended to prove that one of those safety deposit boxes had contained the most important archaeological discovery in Florida history. The Cedar Key Historical Society occupied a restored Victorian house on 2nd Street, painted yellow with white trim, and surrounded by oak trees draped in Spanish moss. Amanda walked up the front steps and through the screen door, setting off a brass bell that announced her arrival. A woman in her 60s looked up from behind a desk covered with old photographs and newspaper clippings. She wore reading glasses on a chain and the kind of floral print dress that suggested she'd been volunteering at the Historical Society since the building was actually Victorian. "Can I help you, dear?" Amanda pulled out a business card that identified her as Dr. Amanda Finch, Archaeological Research Associates. She'd had them printed at a Kinko's in Tampa, and they looked official enough to fool most people. "Dr. Finch, I'm researching Spanish colonial artifacts in the Cedar Key area. I understand you have archives that date back to the 1800s. "Oh my, yes. We have boxes and boxes of old documents. Most of them haven't been properly cataloged yet." The woman extended her hand. "I'm Dorothy Keene, volunteer coordinator. What kind of artifacts are you looking for?" Amanda sat down in a wooden chair that creaked ominously under her weight. "I'm investigating reports of a Spanish treasure map that was supposedly hidden in the First National Bank vault. My research suggests it may have been placed there by the Alvarez family sometime in the 1940s. Dorothy's eyes widened. "A treasure map? How exciting. I haven't heard anything about the Alvarez family having Spanish artifacts. It's not widely known. The map was supposedly drawn by Captain Diego Mendez in 1567, showing the location of a treasure cache on one of the outer islands. The Alvarez family were descendants of Spanish settlers, and they may have inherited the map along with other family documents." Amanda had spent most of the drive from St. Petersburg inventing this story, drawing on half-remembered details from a PBS documentary about Spanish explorers and a romance novel she'd read about pirates in the Caribbean. It sounded plausible enough, especially to someone who wanted to believe it. 1567, Dorothy repeated, writing the date on a notepad. That would be during the early exploration period. Very exciting. The bank robbery has created a unique opportunity for research. If the map was indeed in one of the safety deposit boxes, it's probably in police custody now. But if I can find supporting documentation here in your archives, I might be able to make a case for archaeological preservation before it disappears into federal evidence storage. Dorothy stood up and walked to a filing cabinet in the corner of the room. "Let me see what we have on the Alvarez family. I know there are some old deeds and property records from the 1800s. While Dorothy searched through the files, Amanda looked around the room and tried to appear scholarly. The walls were covered with black and white photographs of Cedar Key from various decades, showing fishing boats, railroad workers, and families posing in front of houses that no longer existed. One photograph showed a group of men standing beside what looked like a large wooden crate, with a caption that read, "Salvage Operation, Hurricane of 1896. "Here we are," Dorothy said, returning with a manila folder. "Alvarez family records. Not much, I'm afraid. A few property deeds, some marriage certificates, a will from 1893. Amanda put on her latex gloves and carefully opened the folder. The documents were yellow with age and smelled like old paper and dust. She examined each page with her magnifying glass, taking digital photographs and making notes on a legal pad. The property deeds showed that the Alvarez family had owned several lots in downtown Cedar Key, including one that had later become the site of First National Bank. Amanda felt her pulse quicken. This was exactly the kind of historical connection that made her story believable. "This is very interesting," she said, photographing a deed dated 1889. "The Alvarez family owned the land where the bank was eventually built. That would explain why they might have used the bank vault to store important family documents. You really think there might be a treasure map?" "The evidence is circumstantial, but compelling. Spanish colonial families often passed down maps and documents that showed the locations of hidden caches. During times of political upheaval, They would hide their valuables and create maps to help future generations recover them. Amanda had no idea if this was true, but it sounded like something that should be true. Dorothy was hanging on every word, her eyes bright with excitement. What would the treasure be worth? Historically? Priceless. The archaeological value would be immense. Monetarily? Amanda pretended to consider the question carefully. Spanish colonial treasures have sold at auction for millions of dollars. But of course, any artifacts found would belong to the state of Florida. Dorothy leaned forward in her chair. Have you spoken to the police about this? Not yet. I want to gather more documentation first. Do you have any records of the bank's construction? Original blueprints, perhaps? I think so. Let me check our building files. While Dorothy searched for more documents, Amanda photographed the rest of the Alvarez family records. Most of them were routine: property transfers, tax records, a few personal letters written in Spanish. But one document caught her attention, a handwritten note in English dated 1943 that mentioned family treasures being placed in safekeeping until the war is over. Amanda photographed the note from several angles, her excitement growing. This was exactly the kind of supporting evidence that would make her treasure map story credible. A Spanish colonial family, worried about World War II, deciding to hide their valuable documents in a bank vault for safekeeping. I found the bank construction files, Dorothy announced, returning with another folder. Blueprints from 1987, when they built the current building, and some photographs from the construction process. Amanda examined the blueprints carefully, noting the location of the vault and the layout of the safety deposit box area. She photographed everything, creating what looked like a serious archaeological documentation process. Dr. Finch, Dorothy said, do you think the treasure map might still exist, even after the robbery? That's what I'm hoping to find out. The thieves were probably looking for cash and jewelry. They might not have recognized the historical value of an old piece of paper covered with Spanish writing and hand-drawn symbols. What's your next step? Amanda closed the folder and removed her gloves. I need to speak with the investigating officers. If I can convince them that there may be archaeological artifacts among the stolen items, they might allow me to examine the evidence before it's processed. That sounds like a long shot. Perhaps. But sometimes long shots pay off. The Mel Fisher treasure, the Atocha shipwreck, those discoveries happened because someone was willing to pursue a theory that everyone else thought was impossible. Amanda gathered her equipment and thanked Dorothy for her help. As she walked back to her car, she felt the familiar thrill that came with a promising lead. She might not be a real archaeologist, but she was a real treasure hunter. And somewhere in the chaos of the Cedar Key bank robbery, there might be a genuine discovery waiting to be made. Even if she had to invent most of the historical background to make it happen. Chapter 8. Gumbo sat in the back row of the Sunset Palms Community Center, holding a bingo card he'd purchased for $5 and trying to look like he belonged among the 47 senior citizens who took their Tuesday night bingo as seriously as a tax audit. The room smelled like hairspray, menthol cream, and the kind of industrial coffee that could strip paint. He'd been watching the retirement community for 2 days, and every instinct told him the bank robbers were sitting somewhere in this room, probably complaining about the temperature and arguing over whether B12 had been called twice. B7, announced the caller, a woman in her 70s who wore a visor and wielded her microphone like a weapon. B as in Bravo, 7 as in 7. A chorus of groans rose from the players. Someone near the front of the room muttered something about B7 being unlucky, and Gumbo looked up to see Pete, the silver-haired grandpa he'd met 2 days earlier, shaking his head in disgust. "I hate B7, Pete announced to no one in particular. "That number's been bad luck ever since they changed the security system." Eddie, the former truck driver with the red hair, looked up from her bingo cards. "What security system?" "The one at—" Pete stopped mid-sentence and glanced around the room like he just realized he was speaking out loud. "The one at the grocery store. They changed their security system last month, and ever since then I keep setting off the alarms when I leave." "That's not how security systems work," said Frank, the deaf man who somehow managed to follow conversations when they interested him. "Security systems don't make numbers unlucky." "What did he say?" someone shouted from across the room. "He said security systems don't make numbers unlucky," Eddie replied. Pete dabbed her bingo card with a red marker and scowled. "Well, maybe not. But B7's still unlucky." Gumbo marked his own card and watched the interaction. Pete's comment about security systems had been oddly specific, and the quick backtrack suggested he had said more than he intended. Gumbo pulled out his phone and pretended to check messages while he opened the voice recorder app. "G52, the caller announced. G as in golf, 52 as in 52. Morty, the man in the wheelchair, raised his hand. "Question about G52. The caller sighed. "What's your question, Morty?" "Is that the same G52 that was on the schedule, or did they change it like they did with the other numbers?" "Morty, it's bingo, not rocket science. G52 is G52. "Right, but sometimes they change the numbers when they update the system. Like when they installed new equipment, they had to recalibrate everything to match the new specifications." The woman with the microphone stared at him like he'd started speaking ancient Greek. "Morty, what are you talking about?" "Nothing. Never mind. Just mark G52. Gumbo leaned forward in his chair. Morty's comment about updating systems and recalibrating equipment sounded like someone who knew more about technical installations than he should. Combined with Pete's slip about security systems, the pattern was getting clearer. "I-19, the caller announced. I as in India, 19 as in 19. Eddie marked the card and then looked over at Frank's cards. "Frank, you missed I-19. "Where?" "Right there. Third column, second row." Frank squinted at his cards and then pulled out a magnifying glass to examine them more closely. "These numbers are too small. When I was working, we used bigger fonts for everything. Made it easier to read the zip codes and sort the mail properly." "You worked for the post office, Frank," Pete said. "They don't sort mail by zip codes anymore. Everything's done by computers." "What?" "Never mind, Frank. Just mark your card." Gumbo made a note on his phone. Frank's comment about reading zip codes and sorting mail suggested familiarity with address systems and delivery schedules. Exactly the kind of knowledge that would be useful for planning the timing of a bank robbery. "N32, the caller announced. "N32, repeated Pete. "That's a good number. Nice and predictable. Not like some of these other numbers that keep changing patterns." "What patterns?" asked a woman Gumbo didn't recognize. "Oh, you know. The way some systems cycle through their security checks at regular intervals. 32 minutes, 64 minutes, things like that. Very mathematical." Eddie kicked Pete under the table. "Pete, nobody wants to hear about your theories. I'm just saying that some systems are more predictable than others. If you pay attention to the patterns, you can figure out when things are going to happen." Gumbo's pulse quickened. Pete was talking about security systems again, this time mentioning specific time intervals that sounded like he knew something about surveillance schedules or alarm cycles. "075, the caller announced. O as in Oscar, 75 as in 75. Morty marked his card and then looked around the room. You know what's interesting about 75? That's exactly how long it took them to upgrade the vault system at my old job site. 75 minutes from start to finish. What vault system? Someone asked. The one at the... Morty caught himself and coughed. The one at the construction site. We were installing a safe for the foreman's office, and it took exactly 75 minutes to get it properly calibrated. You installed safes? Gumbo asked, speaking loud enough for Morty to hear. Morty turned his wheelchair to face him. I used to. 40 years in the safe and vault business. Course, that was before my accident. Now I can barely open a pickle jar. Must have been interesting work. Oh, it was. You learn things about security systems, about how banks protect their assets. Different banks use different methods, but they all follow certain patterns. Pete elbowed Eddie and gave him a warning look, but Eddie was studying Gumbo with the kind of attention that made him uncomfortable. You're that private investigator, Eddie said. The one who was asking questions the other day. That's right. Still investigating the bank robbery. Still looking into it. Find anything interesting? Gumbo smiled. More interesting every day. The caller interrupted with, B-15, and the room went quiet as people checked their cards. Someone near the front shouted, Bingo, and the game stopped while the caller verified the winning card. During the break, Pete, Eddie, Morty, and Frank huddled together at their table, speaking in voices too low for Gumbo to hear. But their body language told him everything he needed to know. They were worried, and they were making decisions about what to do next. Folks, we're going to start a new game, the caller announced. Fresh cards, fresh chances to win. Gumbo bought another card and returned to his seat, but the four at the front table were already packing up their markers and preparing to leave. Calling it a night? Gumbo asked as they passed his table. Past our bedtime, Pete replied. We old folks need our rest. Especially when we have busy days ahead of us, Eddie added. Frank looked confused. What busy days? Nothing, Frank. Time to go home. Morty wheeled his chair toward the exit, but stopped next to Gumbo's table. You know, Mr. Malone, bank security is more complicated than most people think. Lots of moving parts, lots of things that can go wrong. Sometimes the smartest criminals are the ones nobody would ever suspect. That's interesting advice. Just a thought from an old man who's seen a lot of security systems over the years. Morty smiled and wheeled away. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Gumbo watched the four of them leave together, moving with the careful coordination of people who'd done this before. He pulled out his phone and made notes about everything he'd overheard, the comments about security systems, the specific time intervals, Morty's knowledge of vault installations, and Frank's familiarity with postal schedules. Individually, the comments might have been innocent. But taken together, they painted a picture of four people with exactly the skills and knowledge needed to rob a bank, and the perfect cover to hide in plain sight afterward. The bingo caller started the new game, but Gumbo wasn't paying attention to the numbers anymore. He was thinking about how to prove that the most unlikely bank robbery crew in Florida history was living at Sunset Palms, playing bingo, and probably planning their next move. Chapter 9. Pete stood in the parking lot of Coastal Pharmacy at 6:30 in the morning, checking his watch and wondering why he'd let the boys talk him into a second job so soon after the first one. The smart play would have been to lay low for a few months, maybe take a nice cruise to the Bahamas with their share of the bank money. But Eddie had insisted they needed to diversify their portfolio, and Morty had started mumbling about leaving something for their grandchildren, and Frank had just nodded and agreed with whatever everyone else was saying. Now here they were, about to rob what Frank insisted was a jewelry store, but looked suspiciously like a pharmacy to anyone who could read the giant sign that said Coastal Pharmacy in letters 3 feet tall. "This is the place?" Eddie asked, pulling the rental car into a parking space between a Honda Civic and a pickup truck with more rust than metal. "This is it," Frank announced confidently. "Jewelry store. High-end merchandise. Easy pickings." Pete looked at the storefront, which featured a neon cross, advertisements for flu shots, and a sign offering 2-for-1 deals on reading glasses. "Frank, what exactly makes you think this is a jewelry store?" Frank squinted through the windshield. "Says right there on the sign. Coastal Jewelry." "It says Coastal Pharmacy," Morty pointed out from the back seat. "What?" "Pharmacy, Frank. Not jewelry." Frank pulled out his magnifying glass and studied the sign more carefully. "Well, hell. That explains why they have all those medicine commercials in the window." Eddie turned off the engine and looked at Pete. "So what do we do? Call it off?" Pete considered their options. They'd already driven 40 miles to Gainesville, rented the car under fake names, and spent 2 weeks planning the job based on Frank's reconnaissance. Calling it off now would mean wasting all that preparation time. Plus, they'd still have to pay for the rental car. "How much money does a pharmacy keep on hand?" he asked. "Probably not much," Morty said. "Most people pay with insurance cards these days." "But the drugs themselves have street value," Eddie pointed out. "OxyContin, Adderall, stuff like that. People pay good money for prescription drugs they can't get legally." Pete weighed the risks and benefits. A pharmacy would be easier to rob than a jewelry store. Less security, no armed guards, and the staff would be more concerned about customer safety than protecting merchandise. On the other hand, they'd be stealing drugs instead of cash, which meant they'd need to find buyers on the black market. "Frank, what's the security situation?" Frank consulted a notebook he'd filled with surveillance notes, most of which were illegible due to his refusal to wear his reading glasses while writing. "One security camera over the front door. Another one behind the pharmacy counter. No guards. Staff consists of 2 pharmacists and a cashier. Alarm system. Standard setup. Wired to the local police station. But I timed their response to the last 3 alarms in this neighborhood, and the average is 12 minutes. 12 minutes is plenty of time," Eddie said. "In and out in 5, gone before the cops even leave the station." Pete made the decision. "All right, we do it. But we stick to the plan. Masks in and out fast, no violence, no unnecessary risks." They climbed out of the rental car and walked across the parking lot. Pete carried a canvas shopping bag that contained 4 ski masks, a roll of duct tape, and a pair of wire cutters. Eddie had insisted on bringing his own equipment, a set of lock picks that he claimed could open anything built after 1975. The pharmacy didn't open until 7, so they had 20 minutes to study the layout and finalize their approach. Pete walked around the building, noting the locations of the exits, the placement of the security cameras, and the sight lines from the street. "Back door's locked, but it's just a standard deadbolt," Eddie reported. "I can have it open in 30 seconds. Windows? All secured, but there's a small one in the bathroom that's not wired to the alarm system." Morty wheeled his chair to the front of the building and examined the entrance. "Automatic doors. That's good for our exit strategy. No fumbling with door handles when we're trying to leave." Frank stood next to a newspaper vending machine, consulting his notebook and looking confused. "According to my notes, this place should be selling diamond rings and pearl necklaces." "Frank, it's a pharmacy," Pete said. "I know, it's a pharmacy. But my notes say jewelry store." "Your notes are wrong." Frank flipped through several pages of illegible handwriting. "Maybe I was looking at the wrong building." "Maybe you were looking at the wrong street," Eddie muttered. At 7 o'clock sharp, the automatic doors opened, and a middle-aged woman in a white coat walked inside to turn on the lights. 2 other employees arrived within the next 10 minutes, another pharmacist and a young man who appeared to be the cashier. "Showtime," Pete announced, pulling a ski mask over his face. They walked through the front doors like customers, Pete pushing Morty's wheelchair while Eddie and Frank flanked them on either side. The cashier looked up from his register and opened his mouth to offer assistance, but stopped when he saw the masks. "Good morning," Pete announced in his most polite voice. "We're here to make a withdrawal." The cashier stared at them like his brain was struggling to process what he was seeing. "I'm sorry, what?" "We're robbing you," Eddie explained helpfully. "But don't worry, we're not going to hurt anybody." One of the pharmacists poked her head over the counter. "Did she just say they're robbing us?" "That's correct," Pete confirmed. "We'd like you to open the register and fill this bag with whatever cash you have on hand." He held up the canvas shopping bag. The cashier looked at the bag, then at the 4 masked senior citizens standing in front of him, then back at the bag. "Is this a joke?" "Do we look like we're joking?" Frank asked, then immediately undercut the threatening effect by adding, "Because I have a hearing aid, so if this is some kind of comedy routine, you'll need to speak up." The pharmacist called out from behind the counter, "Should I call the police?" "That would be counterproductive," Morty explained reasonably. "We're trying to conduct a business transaction here." The cashier finally seemed to grasp the situation. He opened the register and started pulling out bills, his hands shaking as he stuffed them into Pete's bag. "Please don't hurt me. I've got a family." "Nobody's getting hurt," Pete assured him. "We're professionals." Eddie had wandered over to the pharmacy counter and was examining the selection of prescription drugs with the interest of a connoisseur studying fine wine. "You got any good painkillers back there? OxyContin, maybe some Percocet?" "I can't just give you prescription drugs," the pharmacist protested. "That's illegal." Eddie stared at her through the eye holes of her ski mask. "Lady, we're robbing you. The whole thing is illegal." "Oh. Right. I guess that makes sense." The pharmacist started gathering bottles of pills from the shelves behind the counter, reading the labels carefully and selecting what appeared to be the most valuable medications. "These are worth about $15,000 on the street," she said, loading them into a paper bag. "How do you know that?" Pete asked. "I watch a lot of crime shows." Morty checked his watch. 4 minutes. "We should wrap this up." Frank had been standing guard by the front door, but got distracted by a display of reading glasses. "Hey, Pete, they got those magnifying glasses I was looking for. The ones with the built-in lights." "Frank, we're in the middle of a robbery." "I know, but these are on sale. 2 for $20. "We're not here to shop," Eddie said, but he was looking at a display of compression socks with obvious interest. The cashier finished emptying the register and handed Pete the bag of money. "That's everything. About $300. Pete looked into the bag and felt a wave of disappointment. $300 split 4 ways was $75 each, less than they'd spent on gas and the rental car. That's it. Most people pay with credit cards or insurance. We don't keep much cash on hand. The pharmacist appeared with the bag of prescription drugs. "Here you go. Try not to overdose anybody." "We're not drug dealers," Pete explained. "This wasn't supposed to be a pharmacy. We thought it was a jewelry store." "Well, that explains why you seem so confused about the whole thing." Eddie picked up a pair of compression socks and examined the price tag. "These are really reasonable. My feet have been killing me since we started doing all this walking around." "Eddie, we need to go," Morty said. "Just let me buy these socks. I've got the exact change." Pete stared at him through the mask. "You want to purchase merchandise, During a robbery? They're having a sale. The cashier looked back and forth between them, like he was watching a tennis match played by people who'd forgotten the rules. Should I ring those up? No, Pete said firmly. We're leaving. Now. They walked toward the exit, Pete pushing Morty's wheelchair while Eddie clutched the bag of stolen prescription drugs, and Frank carried a pair of reading glasses he'd apparently decided to take anyway. Thank you for your cooperation, Pete called out politely as the automatic doors closed behind them. As they climbed back into the rental car, Frank pulled out his notebook and made a note. Next time, I'm bringing my distance glasses when I do reconnaissance. Chapter 10. Vinnie Torino stood in the lobby of Golden Years Village, holding a photograph of a man he'd never met, and trying to look like he belonged among the senior citizens shuffling past him with their walkers and wheelchairs. Uncle Sally had given him specific instructions. Find the crew that robbed First National Bank, determine if they represented a threat to the family business, and report back with actionable intelligence. What Vinnie had found instead was a retirement community that looked like every other retirement community in Florida. Beige walls, tropical plants, and old people moving at the speed of continental drift. Can I help you, dear? A woman behind the reception desk looked up from her crossword puzzle. She wore a name tag that read Marge and had the kind of smile that suggested she'd been working with senior citizens long enough to develop infinite patience. I'm looking for these people, Vinnie said, showing her the photograph Sally's contact at the sheriff's office had provided. It was a grainy surveillance photo from a gas station near Cedar Key, showing 4 people getting out of a sedan, all appearing to be in their late 60s or early 70s. Marge studied the photograph with the attention of someone trying to solve a jigsaw puzzle. They look familiar, but I can't place them. Are they residents here? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Are you family? Vinnie had prepared a cover story during the drive up from Miami. Insurance investigator. These people were witnesses to an accident, and we need to get their statements for the claim. Oh, how nice. Usually when people come looking for our residents, it's because they're in trouble. Marge handed back the photograph. You might want to check the common areas. It's almost time for the morning activity period. Vinnie thanked her and walked deeper into the building, following signs that pointed toward the recreation center. The hallways were lined with motivational posters featuring sunsets, seagulls, and inspirational quotes about the golden years being the best years. The air smelled like disinfectant and something that might have been tapioca pudding. The recreation center was a large room filled with card tables, exercise equipment, and a television tuned to what appeared to be a cooking show about low-sodium recipes. About 30 residents were scattered around the room, some playing cards, others participating in what a sign identified as chair yoga for seniors. Vinnie approached a group of women playing what looked like bridge and showed them the photograph. Excuse me, ladies. I'm looking for these people. Have you seen them around? One of the women, a redhead with bright lipstick and rhinestone glasses, examined the photo carefully. They don't look familiar to me, but then again, I'm terrible with faces. Can't remember my own grandchildren half the time. What about you? Vinnie asked a woman with silver hair who was studying her cards like they contained state secrets. Never seen them before in my life, she replied without looking up. A third woman leaned over to get a better look at the photograph. You know, they remind me of that group from Sunset Palms. The ones who won the shuffleboard tournament last month. That's a different retirement community, the redhead explained to Vinnie. About 5 miles from here. Lovely facility, but their residents are very competitive when it comes to games. Vinnie made a note in his phone. Sunset Palms. Got it. Thanks for your help. He was about to leave when the woman with the silver hair looked up from her cards. "You know, young man, you should sit down and play a hand with us. When's the last time you played canasta?" "I don't really know how to play canasta." "Perfect. We'll teach you. It's never too late to learn new skills." Before Vinny could protest, he found himself sitting at the card table with 4 women whose combined age probably exceeded 300 years. The redhead, who introduced herself as Gladys, began explaining the rules of canasta with the enthusiasm of someone who'd been waiting decades for a fresh victim. "The object is to make melds," Gladys said, dealing cards with practiced efficiency. 7 cards make a canasta. Natural canastas are worth more than mixed canastas. Wild cards can substitute for other cards, but you can't have more than 3 wild cards in a meld. Vinny nodded like he understood, but the rules seemed to involve more mathematics than he'd expected. "This is pretty complicated." "Oh, it's not so bad once you get the hang of it," said the woman with silver hair who'd introduced herself as Beatrice. "I've been playing for 40 years. Started when my husband was deployed in Vietnam." "What branch of the service?" "Marines. He was a communications specialist. Taught me everything I know about planning and coordination." Beatrice arranged her cards with military precision. "You learn a lot about strategy when you're married to a Marine." The third woman, Dorothy, was shuffling the discard pile like a Las Vegas dealer. "My Harold was in the Navy. Submarine service. He could navigate underwater, using nothing but sonar and mathematics. Very precise man." "What about your husband?" Vinny asked the fourth woman, whose name was Ruth. "Bank robber," Ruth replied cheerfully. The table went silent. Vinny felt his pulse quicken. "Bank robber?" Ruth laughed. "I'm kidding, dear. He sold insurance. But he always said he should have been a bank robber because he understood how security systems worked better than most criminals." "That's not funny, Ruth," Gladys said, but she was smiling. "This poor man is trying to learn canasta, and you're talking about bank robbery." "Speaking of which," Beatrice said, drawing a card from the stockpile, "did you hear about that bank robbery in Cedar Key? $20 million, can you imagine?" "I heard it was organized crime," Dorothy added. "Professional criminals from Miami or Tampa." Vinny tried to look surprised. "Really? That sounds serious." "Oh, it is," Ruth said. "But I bet it wasn't organized crime at all. I bet it was local talent. People nobody would suspect." "What makes you think that?" Ruth laid down a meld of 3 kings and smiled. "Because the smartest criminals are the ones who hide in plain sight. A bunch of senior citizens could rob every bank in Florida, and nobody would ever suspect them." "Ruth, you're going to give this young man nightmares," Gladys said. "I'm just saying that age is the perfect disguise. Who's going to suspect a group of people who need help opening pickle jars?" Vinny looked around the table and tried to imagine any of these women planning a bank heist. Gladys couldn't see well enough to read the cards without her glasses. Dorothy's hands shook when she picked up her coffee cup. Ruth moved like every joint in her body hurt, and Beatrice needed a magnifying glass to count her points. "You ladies seem pretty sharp to me," he said. "Sharp enough," Beatrice replied. "Age doesn't make you stupid, just slower. And sometimes slower is better. Gives you time to think things through, plan properly, avoid the mistakes that younger people make." "Like what kind of mistakes?" "Rushing into things without proper reconnaissance," Dorothy said. "Not understanding the security protocols. Failing to establish proper escape routes." Vinny stared at her. "You seem to know a lot about security protocols." Dorothy blushed. "I watch a lot of crime shows. You pick up things." They played 3 hands of canasta, and Vinny lost all of them despite getting detailed coaching from women who claimed to be just harmless retirees playing cards to pass the time. But their casual comments about strategy, planning, and security systems suggested they knew more about criminal operations than they were letting on. "I should probably get going," Vinny said, checking his watch. "Thank you for teaching me, Canasta." "You're very welcome, dear," Gladys said. "Come back any time. We're here every Tuesday and Thursday." "And bring some of those Italian cookies next time," Ruth added. "The ones with the almonds. My grandson brings them sometimes, and they're delicious." "Your grandson?" "He works in the family business down in Miami. Import and export, you know how it is." Vinny nodded, though he wasn't sure what he was agreeing with. As he walked back toward the lobby, he heard Beatrice say something to the other women about young people today not understanding the value of patience and proper planning. In the parking lot, he called Uncle Sally from his rental car. "What did you find?" Sally asked. "I'm not sure. I talked to some old ladies who play cards and know way too much about bank security for people who claim to watch game shows all day." "Are they the ones from the photograph?" "No, these are different old ladies. But they gave me a lead on another retirement community. Place called Sunset Palms. Check it out." "And Vinny?" "Yeah. Next time you go undercover, try not to learn any new card games. This is business, not social hour." Vinny hung up and started the engine. As he pulled out of the parking lot, he looked back at Golden Years Village and wondered how many other retirement communities in Florida were full of senior citizens who knew suspiciously large amounts about criminal operations. In a state with more retirement communities than shopping malls, the possibilities were endless. Chapter 11. El Sombra. Morales did not look like a man searching for $2 million worth of cocaine. He looked like a man searching for a reasonably priced set of golf clubs. He wore a pastel yellow polo shirt, pleated khaki shorts, and the kind of deck shoes that suggested he owned a boat or at least knew someone who did. The first pawn shop was in Chiefland, a place called Gator Pawn and Gun. A stuffed alligator head with googly eyes was mounted over the door. Eduardo walked in, the bell above the door announcing his arrival with a cheerful jingle that was immediately undercut by the suspicious glare of the man behind the counter. The man had a beard that looked like a bird's nest and a t-shirt that said, "I don't dial 911. A shotgun leaned against the wall behind him. "Help you?" The man grunted. "Perhaps," Eduardo said, his voice calm and pleasant. "I'm looking for something specific. A family heirloom." It was in a container. A silver box, perhaps, with a unique design. A hummingbird. He had invented the detail on the drive over. Specificity made a story believable. The man chewed on a toothpick. "Silver box. We get a lot of silver. Most of it's crap. Plated." "This would be sterling," Eduardo said. "From Colombia. Very old." The man grunted again and disappeared into a back room. Eduardo used the moment to scan the glass display cases. They were filled with a sad collection of human desperation: tarnished wedding rings, outdated video game consoles, a dusty saxophone. There was a surprising number of ceramic cats. A whole shelf of them in various poses, sleeping, stretching, chasing a ceramic mouse. The man returned with a cardboard box and dumped its contents on the counter. A silver-plated teapot, a handful of mismatched spoons, and a belt buckle shaped like the state of Florida. No silver box. No hummingbird. "This all you got?" the man asked. "For now," Eduardo said. He pointed to a ceramic cat in the display case, a calico one with a chipped ear. "How much for that one?" The man stared at him. "The cat?" "Yes. My aunt collects them. It would make a lovely gift." $15. Eduardo pulled a crisp, $20 bill from a money clip. Excellent. Could you wrap it for me, please? The man took the money, his suspicion replaced by a look of pure confusion. He wrapped the ceramic cat in a sheet of old newspaper and handed it to Eduardo. You sure you ain't looking for anything else? Just the box, Eduardo said with a polite smile. Thank you for your time. He left gator pawn and gun and placed the newspaper-wrapped cat on the passenger seat of his rented Camry. 1 down, 14 to go. His research team had compiled a list of every pawn shop, antique store, and flea market within a 50-mile radius of Cedar Key. If the amateur thieves who'd robbed the bank were stupid enough to sell the contents of the safety deposit boxes, their trail would start in a place just like this. The cocaine itself wouldn't be on display, but the container it was in might be. The second shop was in Bronson, a dusty little town that looked like it had been forgotten by the rest of Florida. Bronson's bargain barn was in a converted gas station, the old service bays now filled with racks of used clothing and stacks of mismatched tires. The woman behind the counter had hair the color of a sunset and a cigarette dangling from her lips. What can I do for you, honey? Eduardo gave her the same story. Silverbox, hummingbird, Colombian origin. Doesn't ring a bell, the woman said, blowing a plume of smoke toward the ceiling. But you're welcome to look around. We got a little bit of everything. He spent 20 minutes wandering through aisles of junk. Old power tools, stacks of National Geographic magazines from the 1980s, a box of Cabbage Patch Kids with missing limbs. He found a shelf of Depression-era glass, the pale green and pink plates and cups glowing faintly in the dusty light. He brought a small pink glass bowl to the counter. This is quite lovely, he said. The woman squinted at it. That old thing? My grandma used to have a bunch of that stuff. $5. Eduardo paid her and accepted the bowl, carefully wrapped in a plastic grocery bag. As he was leaving, the woman called out to him. Hey, mister. You said that box was from Colombia. Eduardo paused at the door. That's correct. Funny. Had a fella in here yesterday, asking about stuff from Colombia. Different fella. Younger. Looked like he spent too much time at the gym. Did he say what he was looking for? Nope. Just asked if we'd bought anything from a Colombian family lately. I told him the only thing Colombian we get around here is the coffee at the diner down the street. Eduardo smiled. Thank you. You've been very helpful. He sat in his car for a moment, the pink glass bowl beside the ceramic cat. Vinnie Torino. Sally Knuckles's nephew. So the old man was running his own investigation. This was good. It meant Torino's people could shake the trees, and Eduardo could stand underneath and wait for the fruit to fall. The next 3 pawn shops yielded nothing but more junk and confused proprietors. In Williston, he bought a set of commemorative spoons from the 1964 World's Fair. In Archer, he purchased a framed paint-by-numbers portrait of a sad-looking clown. The back of his Camry was beginning to look like the aftermath of a very strange estate sale. His last stop of the day was a place on the outskirts of Gainesville called Gold and Silver Emporium. It was cleaner than the others, with better lighting, and a security camera mounted over the door. The man behind the counter wore a tie and a professional smile. Eduardo repeated his story. The silver box. The hummingbird. The man's smile didn't waver. I don't believe we've had anything like that come in. But we did have a rather unusual transaction this morning. Oh. 4 senior citizens came in with a bag full of jewelry. Old stuff. Some nice pieces. Said they were cleaning out their mother's estate. Eduardo felt a familiar, cold stillness settle over him. Senior citizens. 2 men 2 women. One of the men was in a wheelchair. The other one couldn't hear a thing. Had to shout every question at him. The women seemed to be in charge. Did you happen to get their names? Of course. We have to by law. The man tapped a few keys on his computer. Here we are. The sale was made by a Pete Jenkins. Paid him with a company check. He looked up. Is that name familiar to you? No, Eduardo said smoothly. But the description is interesting. Did they have anything else with them? Besides the jewelry? Just the one bag. But they were asking about the value of other items. Old coin stamps, that sort of thing. Seemed like they had a lot more to sell. Eduardo felt the pieces click into place. The orthopedic shoe prints Gumbo had found. The rumors Vinny had heard at the other retirement home. It was absurd. It was impossible. And in Florida, that meant it was probably true. Thank you, Eduardo said. You have been most helpful. He turned to leave, then paused and pointed to a glass pelican sitting on a shelf behind the counter. That's a lovely piece. Is it for sale? The man looked at the pelican. Sure. $40. Eduardo paid him, took the glass bird, and walked out into the late afternoon sun. He sat in his car, the back seat now a museum of Florida kitsch, and placed the pelican on the dashboard. He had a name. He had a description. He had the location of the most unlikely crew of bank robbers in the history of American crime. He started the car and drove not toward Cedar Key, but toward the nearest public library. He needed to get online, access some databases. He needed to find out everything there was to know about a man named Pete Jenkins who lived in a retirement community and sold stolen jewelry with his deaf arthritic friends. He smiled. This was no longer a simple recovery operation. This was becoming interesting. Chapter 12. Chuck Benson circled the block for the 3rd time, his rusted F-150 groaning every time he took a corner. This was it. Sunset Palms Retirement Community. The name itself sounded like a confession. He'd wasted 2 days chasing bad leads from confused old ladies at Golden Years Village, but now he was on the scent. He could feel it in his gut, a feeling that was either professional instinct or the gas station burrito he'd eaten for lunch. He parked across the street, behind a hedge of hibiscus that was probably older than he was. He pulled out his tactical binoculars, a $29.99 special from a catalog that also sold commemorative knives and alien repellent. He focused on the main entrance. A woman with a walker was making her way toward the door at a speed that made glaciers look hasty. Okay, Chuck, he whispered to himself, the cab of the truck smelling like old coffee and ambition. This is the big one. The white whale. You play this smart. You're not just a guy who finds bail jumpers who forget to change their address. You're a legend. He needed a better vantage point. The truck was too obvious. He needed boots on the ground. He clipped his bounty hunter license to the pocket of his tactical vest, a gesture he felt made him look official. He grabbed his notepad and a pen that also functioned as a tire pressure gauge and a glass breaker. You never knew. He got out of the truck and tried to look casual as he crossed the street, like he was just a guy in a tactical vest out for a stroll in a retirement community. An old man watering his prize-winning roses in the yard next door looked up. You here to fix the sprinklers? The man asked. Negative, Chuck said, trying to sound like a cop on a TV show. Official business. The man went back to his roses, unimpressed. Chuck circled the main building, staying close to the manicured shrubbery. He peered into windows. He saw a common room with a big screen TV playing a game show. He saw a dining hall being set for the early bird special. He saw a library where two people were asleep in armchairs. It was a fortress of geriatric innocence, the perfect cover. Then he saw it. The perfect spot. A thick cluster of palmetto bushes near the back of the building, right next to a decorative pond. It offered a clean line of sight to the game room, where he'd seen a group of four, 2 men, 2 women, playing cards on his first visit. They fit the description from the gas station photo. They were his targets. He checked for witnesses. A woman was practicing her putting on a small green. A man was slowly washing a powder blue Lincoln Town Car. No one was looking his way. This was the moment. The part in the movie where the hero slips behind enemy lines. Chuck took a deep breath, crouched low, and made his move. He darted from behind a palm tree and sprinted toward the palmetto bushes, his combat boots surprisingly quiet on the soft St. Augustine grass. He didn't account for the automatic sprinkler system. A jet of water shot out from a hidden sprinkler head, hitting the grass in front of him and turning it into a slick green mud pit. His right boot hit the wet spot and kept going. His arms pinwheeled. He made a sound that was half grunt, half squeal. For one long, beautiful moment he was suspended in the air, a perfect tableau of failure, his notepad flying in one direction, his multi-tool pen in the other. Then gravity, a force that had never been his friend, reasserted itself. He landed not on the soft grass, but backward with a loud, sickening sploosh into the decorative pond. The water was warmer than he expected, and smelled faintly of chlorine and fish food. It came up to his waist, a thick green soupy mess. His tactical vest, which was not designed for aquatic operations, immediately filled with water and tried to drag him under. He sputtered, flailed, and finally found his footing on the slimy concrete bottom. He was alive. He was soaking wet. And he was not alone. The koi fish were enormous. They were orange and white and black, the size of small dogs, and they moved with the slow, deliberate grace of creatures who had never known a moment of panic in their lives. They had been enjoying a quiet afternoon, perhaps nibbling on algae or contemplating the nature of existence in a 2-foot-deep pond. Now they had an intruder. They didn't scatter. They gathered. A big orange one with black spots swam right up to him, its mouth opening and closing in a slow, rhythmic motion. Its eyes, black and unblinking, stared into his. Chuck felt a strange, primal chill. The fish wasn't scared. It was disappointed. "What are you looking at?" Chuck whispered, water dripping from his nose. The koi just stared. Another one, a ghostly white one with a single red spot on its head, swam up beside the first. Then another. And another. Soon, he was surrounded by a silent, floating jury. They circled him slowly, their fins barely stirring the murky water. Their collective gaze was heavy with judgment. He could hear them, not with his ears but in his soul. "A tactical vest," the orange one seemed to say. "Really? It's 95 degrees out." "And the combat boots," the white one added. "Completely impractical for surveillance in a subtropical climate." "Did you see that fall?" A smaller, speckled one communicated from a safe distance. "No core strength. Pathetic." "Shut up," Chuck said to the fish. "You don't know me. You don't know my life." He tried to climb out of the pond, but the edge was slick with algae. His hand slipped. He went down on one knee, sending a fresh wave across the pond, and causing the koi to back away with expressions of deep disdain. He looked down and saw his notepad floating beside him, the ink from his brilliant deductions bleeding into a blue-black cloud. His career was dissolving in a decorative pond in front of an audience of judgmental carp. From a window in the game room, Pete looked up from the game of gin rummy. He nudged Morty. "What's that fella doing in the fish pond?" she asked. Morty wheeled his chair closer to the window and peered out. "Looks like that private investigator who was here the other day." The one with all the questions. Eddie and Frank came over to look. "Is he swimming?" Frank asked. "He fell in, Frank," Eddie shouted. "Well," Frank said, watching Chuck finally haul his dripping, defeated form out of the water. "He's not going to catch anybody looking like that." Pete watched as Chuck stood there, covered in green slime, while a large orange koi fish swam up to the edge of the pond and spat a stream of water at his boot. "No," Pete said, a slow smile spreading across his face as he picked up his cards. "I don't think he is." Chapter 13. Find anything? Gumbo looked up from the plastic-coated menu. Dolores stood over his booth, a coffee pot in her hand, but her eyes told him she wasn't asking what he wanted for breakfast. The question was tired, worn thin from being asked every morning for the past week. There were dark circles under her eyes, and the usual crispness of her waitress uniform seemed to have wilted. "Morning, Dolores," Gumbo said. He pushed his cup toward her. "Just the usual." She poured, her hand steady as always, but her gaze was 1,000 miles away, staring at the newspaper headline on the counter about the FBI's stalled investigation. "Ray Castellanos was in here earlier. Said the feds have nothing. No leads, no suspects. Just a lot of theories about professionals from Miami who vanished into thin air." "Ray likes theories," Gumbo said, adding a splash of cream to his coffee. "Makes him feel like he's in a movie." "This isn't a movie, Gumbo." Her voice was sharp, brittle. She slid into the booth opposite him, something she never did, and the movement made him sit up straighter. She placed a long, white envelope on the table between them. It was from a school in North Georgia, a place with a fancy 3-part name and an embossed crest. "It came in yesterday's mail," she said, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "Miguel got in. Early admission. They want him for their STEM program." Gumbo picked up the envelope. The paper was thick, expensive. He could see the pride in her face, a fierce, bright thing that fought against the exhaustion. "That's great news, Dolores. He's a smart kid." "He is," she said, her voice catching. "He worked so hard for this. Late nights studying, science fairs. He built a whole robot out of a toaster and a remote control car last year." A small, sad smile touched her lips and then vanished. She tapped a finger on the envelope. "The deposit is $5,000. It's due in 2 months. Non-refundable." 2 months. The words hung in the air of the quiet diner. It wasn't a long time. In a real investigation, it was nothing. In a single mother's life, it was a finish line she couldn't see. "I was counting on that jewelry," she said, her gaze fixed on the salt shaker. "My grandmother's ring, the gold bracelets. They told me at the pawn shop in Gainesville it was worth at least 6, maybe 7,000. It was my whole plan. It was the only plan." "The insurance," Gumbo started, but she cut him off. "The insurance will cover what I have receipts for." "Which is nothing. How do you get a receipt for something your great-grandfather brought over from Cuba in a cigar box?" "The bank said their policy doesn't cover the specific contents of the boxes, just the box itself. They sent me a check for $50. For the loss of the container." She laughed, a bitter, sharp sound that had no humor in it. $50. That'll buy him a textbook, maybe." She finally looked at him, and her eyes were bright with unshed tears and something else, anger. "You told me to believe in impossible things. You said this was Florida, where normal rules don't apply. Well, I'm starting to think the normal rules are the only ones that do. The rich get richer, and people like me get a $50 check and a letter full of useless good news." Gumbo let her talk. He listened to the frustration, the fear, the crushing weight of a dream that was close enough to touch but was being pulled away. He'd seen that look before, on people who'd lost everything to a hurricane or a bad business deal. It was the look of someone who had played by the rules and lost anyway. "You said you had a lead," she said, her voice quieter now, almost pleading. "The orthopedic shoes. The Bengay. What happened with that?" "I'm still working it." "Working it how?" she snapped. "By sitting here drinking coffee? By watching old people play bingo? Ray said you were wasting your time at Sunset Palms. He said you were chasing ghosts." "Ray's looking for ghosts in Miami," Gumbo said, his voice even. "I think the ghosts are right here in town, hiding behind the early bird special." "Then find them." She leaned forward, her hands clenched on the tabletop. "Find them, Gumbo. I don't care about the bank's $20 million. I don't care about whatever else was in that vault. I need my grandmother's ring. I need to pay that deposit. I need to tell my son that all his hard work wasn't for nothing." He looked at her, at the fire in her eyes, at the fierce love for her son that radiated from her like heat. This wasn't just a case anymore. It hadn't been for a while. "Dolores," he said, his voice low and steady, "I promise you, I will find your grandmother's jewelry." It wasn't a platitude. It wasn't an empty reassurance. It was a statement of fact. He would do it. He didn't know how yet, but the doubt was gone, replaced by a cold, hard certainty. She searched his face, looking for the lie, for the easy comfort. She didn't find it. She just nodded, a single sharp movement, and slid out of the booth. She picked up the coffee pot and walked back behind the counter, her shoulders a little straighter than they had been a few minutes ago. Gumbo watched her go. He thought about the 4 old faces he'd seen watching him from the game room window at Sunset Palms. Pete, Eddie, Morty, and Frank. They were smart. They were careful. But they had made a mistake. They had stolen from the wrong person. He pulled a $10 bill from his wallet and laid it on the table. He stood up, his breakfast forgotten. The time for quiet observation was over. The time for waiting for them to make a mistake was gone. He was going to make one for them. Gumbo walked out of the diner, the bell above the door chiming behind him. He didn't get in his truck and drive aimlessly. He had a destination. He had a purpose. He headed straight for Sunset Palms, a new hard-edged plan forming in his mind. He was done asking polite questions. He was going to start breaking things. Chapter 14. The shuffleboard courts at Sunset Palms were a serious place. 4 pristine green concrete slabs, baked by the afternoon sun, where reputations were made and lost with the slide of a weighted biscuit. Today was the semi-final of the Tri-County Senior Shuffleboard Invitational, and the air was thick with the smell of sunscreen and quiet desperation. Gumbo didn't try to blend in. He walked right up to the chain-link fence surrounding the courts and leaned on it, a man who had not come to watch but to be seen. He wore the same clothes he'd had on at the diner, and the determined set of his jaw was a far cry from the easygoing consultant who'd been asking polite questions a few days ago. On Court 2, the Sunset Palms team was in a tight match against the reigning champions from Golden Years Village. The team was Pete, Eddie, Morty, and Frank. They moved with an economy of motion that spoke of long practice. Pete was the captain, directing shots with sharp, subtle hand gestures. Morty, his wheelchair parked at a precise angle to the court, was the strategist, calculating angles and ricochets. Frank, bless his heart, mostly just pushed the biscuit where Pete told him to, a happy, oblivious soldier in their little war. And then there was Eddie. Eddie wasn't just playing. He was competing. The former truck driver, the getaway specialist. Every move he made was precise, powerful, and utterly without wasted effort. When he slid a biscuit, it didn't just glide. It shot across the court like a puck on ice, knocking an opponent's biscuit out of the scoring zone with a sharp, satisfying crack. Gumbo watched them. He didn't look at the game. He looked at them. He made sure that every time one of them glanced his way, his eyes were locked on them, cold and steady. Pete saw him first. A flicker of his eyes, a slight tightening of lips. He whispered something to Morty. Morty adjusted his glasses and looked over, his expression unreadable. Eddie was too focused on the game to notice. The score was tied. It all came down to the final frame. The captain of the Golden Years team, a tall, leathery man named Stan with a potbelly and a visor, stepped up for his shot. He was a talker. "All right," Stan said, loud enough for the small crowd of onlookers to hear. "Time to separate the pros from the amateurs." He slid his biscuit. It was a good shot, landing perfectly in the 10-point zone, blocking Pete's best angle. Pete studied the court. He looked at Gumbo, then looked away. The pressure was on. "Eddie," he said, her voice low. "Bank shot. Off the right side. Nudge Stan's biscuit into the kitchen, and leave ours in the 10. It was a difficult shot. It required power, precision, and nerve. It was an Eddie shot. Eddie stepped up to the line. He chalked her hands, her eyes narrowed on the target. He had the focused, dead-eyed calm of a sniper. Gumbo chose his moment. "That takes a steady hand," he said, his voice carrying easily across the court. "The kind of hand you'd need for driving under pressure. Real fast." Eddie's shoulders tensed. He didn't look at him, but he knew the man had heard. He took a breath, squared her stance, and slid the biscuit. It was a rocket. It hit the side, ricocheted perfectly, and slammed into Stan's biscuit. But he put too much on it. A hair too much. Both biscuits shot off the board and into the kitchen, the -10 zone. A disaster. A groan went through the Sunset Palms supporters. Stan from Golden Years let out a whoop. "Too much gas, buddy," he crowed. "Guess you're not used to playing for real stakes." Eddie's head snapped up. His eyes, which had been cold and focused, were now blazing. The look in them was pure, distilled fury. It was the look of a long-haul trucker who'd just been cut off by a teenager in a sports car after a 16-hour run. "What did you say?" he said, his voice a low growl. "I said you choked," Stan said, grinning. "Can't handle the pressure." Pete put a hand on Eddie's arm. "Let it go, Eddie. It's just a game." But it wasn't just a game anymore. Gumbo saw his opening. He walked along the fence until he was standing right behind Eddie. "He's right," Gumbo said quietly but with enough edge for her to hear. "It's one thing to drive a getaway car. It's another thing to perform when everyone is watching." That was it. That was the spark. Eddie spun around, not at Stan, but at Gumbo. He took a step toward the fence, knuckles white on the handle of the shuffleboard cue. "You want to see pressure?" he snarled, voice shaking with rage. "You want to see how a real professional handles pressure when some amateur gets in their face?" The words hung in the hot, still air. Real professional. Pete's face went pale. Morty grabbed the wheels of his chair and started to roll backward, trying to distance himself from the explosion he knew was coming. Eddie took another step, shoving the end of his cue through the chain-link fence, the tip stopping an inch from Gumbo's chest. "I've handled more pressure, backing a 53-foot rig down a blind alley in a blizzard, than you've seen in your whole life, pal. You think this is pressure? This is a goddamn tea party." "Eddie." Pete's voice was sharp, a command. Eddie froze. He looked at the cue in her hand, at the shocked face of Stan, at the other players who had all gone silent. Then he looked at Gumbo. And he saw the look on his face. It wasn't anger. It wasn't fear. It was a small, quiet look of victory. The pie had what he came for. He pulled the cue back, the fire in his eyes banking, replaced by a sudden cold dread. He had messed up. He had let his temper, his pride, get the best of him. Eddie had let Gumbo get to him. Without another word, he dropped the cue. It clattered on the concrete. Eddie turned and walked off the court, pushing through the small crowd of spectators and heading back toward the main building. Pete looked at Gumbo, eyes full of a new kind of respect and a deep, simmering anger. "You got what you wanted," he said, voice barely a whisper. "I did," Gumbo said. Pete turned and followed Eddie. Morty wheeled after them, and Frank, finally realizing the game was over, shuffled along behind, looking confused. Stan from Golden Years watched them go, his victory forgotten. "What the hell was that all about?" he asked Gumbo. Gumbo just smiled. He turned away from the fence and walked back toward his truck. He didn't need to watch them anymore. He didn't need to break anything else. He had cracked the foundation. Now all he had to do was wait for the whole thing to come crashing down. Chapter 15. Gumbo had just parked his truck in front of his houseboat, the satisfying image of Eddie's enraged face at the shuffleboard court still fresh in his mind, when a woman in a safari hat stepped out from behind a palm tree. "Mr. Malone," she said, her voice full of the breathless excitement of someone who has just discovered fire. "I've had a breakthrough." It was Dr. Amanda Finch, the self-proclaimed archaeologist. She held a manila folder clutched to her chest like it contained the Dead Sea Scrolls. Gumbo leaned against the door of his truck and sighed. He had real work to do, a real case to crack. He did not have time for a treasure hunt that existed only in this woman's head. "Dr. Finch," he said, "I'm busy." "This is vital," she insisted, striding toward him, her hiking boots crunching on the gravel. "It corroborates everything. The Alvarez family, the Spanish colonial period, the war." She opened the folder and thrust a photocopied document under his nose. It was a page from an old book, a dense block of text with a grainy picture of a steamship. "This is a shipping manifest," she announced. "From the port of Cedar Key, dated 1889. I found it in a supplementary archive at the Historical Society. It lists a crate shipped from Havana, addressed to one Ricardo Alvarez. Contents listed as household goods and textiles." Gumbo stared at her. "Textiles?" "Exactly," she said, as if he'd just solved a complex equation. "What is a map, Mr. Malone, if not a highly specialized textile? A piece of parchment, a piece of cloth, it's all woven fiber. They were hiding it in plain sight. Textiles was the code." "It could also mean socks," Gumbo said. "Or shirts. Or a tablecloth." Amanda Finch was not a woman who let facts get in the way of a good theory. That's the beauty of it. It's deniable. But the timing is perfect. 1889. That's just a few years before the family would have been placing their most valuable heirlooms in the new bank for safekeeping. She tapped the paper with a triumphant finger. "This crate contained the map. I'm certain of it. And what do you want me to do about a 130-year-old sock delivery?" "I need your help," she said, her eyes wide and earnest. "The Historical Society has dozens of boxes of uncatalogued shipping records from that period. Bills of lading, customs declarations, warehouse inventories. If we can find more references to Alvarez family shipments, specifically those containing textiles or other coded language, we can build an irrefutable case for the map's existence. We need to go back." Gumbo thought about Dolores's face that morning in the diner. He thought about the $5,000 deposit and the 2-month deadline. He thought about a kid's future hanging in the balance. "I don't have time for a wild goose chase, Doctor. I have a real case." "This is the case," she insisted. "Don't you see? The robbers might not have known what they had. They could have thrown the map away, sold it for a few dollars. If we can prove its historical significance, we can get the FBI to issue a bulletin. We can alert collectors, auction houses. We can recover it." He knew it was a waste of time. He knew he should get in his boat and go stake out Sunset Palms. But Amanda Finch had the kind of relentless, unblinking optimism that was exhausting to fight. Arguing with her would take more energy than just going along for an hour. 1 hour, Gumbo said. That's all I've got. Her face lit up like a jackpot slot machine. Excellent. Time is of the essence. The Cedar Key Historical Society smelled the same as it had before: old paper, lemon polish, and the faint ghostly scent of the 19th century. Dorothy, the volunteer, greeted Dr. Finch like a returning celebrity. Dr. Finch, welcome back. Any new discoveries? We're on the verge of a major breakthrough, Dorothy, Amanda said, striding past the desk with an air of professional urgency. We need access to the uncatalogued maritime archives. The late 1800s. Dorothy led them to a back room, a cramped space lined with gray metal shelves that groaned under the weight of dozens of cardboard boxes. The air was thick with dust. Here you are, Dorothy said. Everything from about 1880 to 1910. It's all a bit of a jumble, I'm afraid. We haven't had the volunteers to sort through it properly. Not a problem, Amanda said, rubbing her hands together. This is what we live for. She put on a pair of white cotton gloves from her satchel and handed a pair to Gumbo. Handle everything with care. These documents are priceless. Gumbo looked at the boxes. They were filled with ledgers, loose papers, and rolled-up documents tied with faded ribbon. It looked less like a priceless archive and more like the world's most boring fire hazard. For the next hour, which stretched into 2, they sifted through the detritus of a forgotten century. Gumbo's job was to open boxes and hand ledgers to Amanda, who would scan the pages with a magnifying glass, her brow furrowed in concentration. Anything, he'd ask every 15 minutes. Patience, Mr. Malone, she'd murmur. Archaeology is a marathon, not a sprint. He found a bill of lading for a shipment of 50 barrels of salted mullet. He found a customs declaration for a crate of cast-iron skillets. He found a warehouse receipt for 3 boxes of ladies' hats. Here's something, Amanda said, her voice electric. She pointed a gloved finger at a line in a ledger from 1891. Look. A shipment of personal effects to a Mrs. Hemlock. No details. Could be another code. Gumbo leaned over. The entry below it was for a lost crate. The description read, 1 box containing 12 pairs of woolen socks, gray. You find any treasure maps in there? He asked. She shot him a withering look. They kept digging. The afternoon sun slanted through the dusty window, illuminating dancing dust motes in the air. Gumbo's back started to ache. He found a complaint letter from a ship's captain, dated 1894, about the poor quality of the beer at a local saloon. He found an inventory list from a general store that included 6 barrels of molasses, 10 bolts of calico cloth, and a box of something called Dr. Finnegan's Miraculous Liver Elixir. And then he found the socks. Hey, Amanda, he said. Look at this. He held up a page from a warehouse log. Lost item report, October 1892. 1 pair of Argyle socks, property of Captain J.W. Harris. He flipped the page. Another one. November 1892. Missing 3 pairs of children's socks. He picked up another ledger. Here we go again. January 1893. Complaint filed by Mrs. Eleanor Gable regarding 1 missing silk stocking left. For the next 20 minutes, it was all he found. It was an epidemic. The port of Cedar Key in the 1890s had apparently been a black hole for footwear. He found 17 distinct references to lost, missing, or stolen socks. This is fascinating, Amanda said, peering at one of the entries through her magnifying glass. The sheer volume of missing hosiery suggests a systemic issue. Perhaps a disgruntled dockworker with a foot fetish. It paints a vivid picture of the socioeconomic pressures of the time. It paints a picture of a town that couldn't keep its socks on, Gumbo said, dropping a ledger back into a box with a dusty thud. And it's got nothing to do with your treasure map. He stood up and brushed the dust from his jeans. I'm done, Doc. My hour is up. I've got a real crime to solve. But we're so close, she protested, holding up a fragile piece of paper. This is a receipt for a crate of cartographic supplies. What else could that be? Gumbo took the paper from her. He read the fine print at the bottom. It was an order for blank paper, ink and drafting pens shipped to the Levy County Surveyor's office. He handed it back to her. Map's all right, he said. Just not the kind you're looking for. He left her there, hunched over a dusty box of 19th century shipping receipts, still searching for a treasure that wasn't there. As he walked out into the bright, hot Florida afternoon, he felt a renewed sense of clarity. The answers he needed weren't in a history book. They were at Sunset Palms, hiding behind a game of canasta and a plate of meatloaf. And he was done wasting time. Chapter 16. Vinnie Torino sat in a rocking chair on the front porch of a Cracker Barrel off I-75, a place that smelled of fried chicken and manufactured nostalgia. A giant checkerboard was set up nearby, but the pieces were the size of dinner plates, and Vinnie didn't have the energy to play. He'd spent the day driving between retirement communities, showing a grainy photograph to people who either couldn't see it or didn't care. He had accomplished nothing. He had a lead on a place called Sunset Palms, but it felt thin, like something the old ladies had given him just to get rid of him. He pulled out his phone. It was time to make the call. He knew Uncle Sally wouldn't be happy. Uncle Sally was never happy when a job took more than 24 hours, and they were pushing 72. The phone rang twice before Sally picked up. There was no greeting. Just the soft, distinct thwack of a golf ball being hit by a putter, followed by the rattle of it dropping into a cup. "Tell me something good, Vinnie," Sally said. His voice was calm, which was always a bad sign. "Uncle Sally. I'm making progress." Vinnie tried to sound confident, like a man in control of the situation. The creak of the rocking chair next to him, occupied by a large man in overalls, undercut the effect. "Progress," Sally repeated. The word sounded like an accusation. "Define progress for me, Vincent. Did you find the people who think my territory is a public park? Did you have a conversation with them about the rules of civilized society?" "I got a lead," Vinnie said, standing up and walking to the far end of the porch, away from the man in overalls. "A strong one. A retirement community. Sunset Palms." The name came up. Another thwack on the other end of the line. This time, no rattle. A soft curse in Italian. "A retirement community. The same lead you had yesterday. That's not progress, Vinnie. That's running in place. Did you go there? Did you talk to anyone?" "I'm being careful, Uncle Sally. Like you said. Reconnaissance. I'm gathering intelligence before I make a move. This town, it's small. People talk. I can't just go in hard." Sally was silent for a long moment. Vinnie could picture him in the penthouse, standing over his putting green, the Miami skyline glittering behind him. He was probably lining up his shot again, his mind working through angles and trajectories, both on the green and in this conversation. "What did you have for dinner, Vinnie?" Sally asked, his voice dangerously quiet. The question caught Vinnie off guard. "Dinner? I'm at a place called the Cracker Barrel. I was thinking about the meatloaf special." "Cracker Barrel," Sally said, the name dripping with a level of disdain he usually reserved for federal prosecutors. "Let me get this straight. I send you up to the armpit of Florida to handle a $20 million problem that threatens the stability of my entire organization. And you're eating meatloaf at a hillbilly gift shop? They have good biscuits, Vinny offered weakly. I'm sure they do, Sally snapped, his voice losing its calm. Did you buy a corncob pipe, Vinny? Maybe a folksy little rocking chair to go with your meatloaf? Did you learn how to whittle? Uncle Sally, I'm working the case. No, you're on vacation. You got played by a bunch of blue-haired card sharps who probably stole your watch and you didn't even notice. You're sitting there waiting for a clue to fall in your lap while my reputation is taking a beating from here to Boca. The sound of the putter hitting the ball was sharper this time, a crack of frustration. This is what happens. I try to give the younger generation responsibility, and they think it's a field trip. It's not like that. It's exactly like that. You're soft, Vinny. Your father was soft, too. You see a nice old lady. You want to help her with her groceries. I see a nice old lady. I figure she's probably the one running the numbers racket in her building. Vinny said nothing. There was nothing to say. His uncle was right. He had been played. He had spent an entire afternoon learning canasta while the real criminals were probably laughing at him. All right, Sally said, his voice shifting from anger to action. Here's the new plan. You're going to stay right where you are. You're going to order the meatloaf. You're going to sit there, and you're going to observe. You are now a tourist. You understand? You see anything, you hear anything, you call me. But you don't talk to anyone. You don't ask any more questions. You are a ghost. What are you going to do? Vinny asked, a knot of dread forming in his stomach. I'm going to do what I should have done in the first place. I'm going to handle it myself. The line went dead. Vinny stood on the porch of the Cracker Barrel, the phone still pressed to his ear. The man in overalls got up and went inside, his rocking chair swaying back and forth, empty. Uncle Sally was coming. With his temper. Back in the South Beach penthouse, Salvatore Torino was not packing a bag. He was selecting his equipment. He walked into his oversized closet, past the racks of silk suits and Italian leather shoes, to a set of custom-built cabinets. He opened one. Inside, gleaming under a soft halogen light, was his collection of golf clubs. He didn't take the whole bag. He selected 3 clubs. A driver for distance. A sand wedge for getting out of trouble. And a putter for finishing the job. He laid them carefully in a slim, discreet leather travel case. They looked less like sporting equipment and more like surgical instruments. He walked back into the living room and picked up his phone. He dialed a number from memory. Marco. It's Sally. I need you to do something for me. I need to know the name of the best golf course near a town called Cedar Key. Yes, that's Cedar Key. No, I'm not going fishing. I'm going to play a round of golf. And have a few conversations. He listened for a moment, then smiled. Don't worry about me, Marco. I'm a legitimate businessman on a sporting holiday. Tell the feds to relax. He hung up and looked out the window at the city lights. Amateurs. They thought they could make a move in his territory, and he wouldn't notice. They thought they could hide. But nobody hid from Sally Knuckles. Not for long. He picked up the leather case. It felt good in his hand. Balanced. Solid. He was tired of phone calls. He was tired of nephews who couldn't tell the difference between an investigation and a social visit. It was time for a personal touch. Chapter 17. Eduardo Morales believed in research. Before any operation, he learned the terrain, the culture, the local customs. In Cedar Key, the local custom appeared to be complaining about the heat. He was sitting in the town's public library, a small, cool, quiet building that smelled of old books and air conditioning, trying to find a digital copy of the Sunset Palms resident directory. The library's Wi-Fi was slower than a glacier, and the computer kept showing him pop-up ads for walk-in bathtubs. He had a name, Pete Jenkins, but the name was a dead end. The check he'd used at the pawn shop was from a shell corporation that folded a week after it was opened. The address he'd given was a P.O. box that had been closed for 6 months. He was a ghost. A ghost who lived in a retirement community and sold stolen jewelry. He abandoned the computer and walked into the stacks, pulling books at random. Sun Tzu's The Art of War. A biography of Machiavelli. He needed to think. He needed a new angle. The direct approach was too risky. Too many witnesses. He needed a way to get inside Sunset Palms, to observe his target in her natural habitat. He was in the fiction aisle, running a finger along the spines of worn paperbacks when he heard a frustrated sigh. He looked over the shelf and saw a man. Pete. The man from the pawn shop owner's description. Silver hair, hawk-like eyes, and a velour tracksuit that seemed to be his uniform. He was standing on tiptoes, arm outstretched, trying to reach a book on the top shelf. He was a good 6 inches too short. Eduardo watched for a moment. He saw him look around, check to see if anyone was watching. His eyes scanned the library, passing right over Morales without a flicker of recognition. He was a professional. He was aware of her surroundings. Eduardo felt a flicker of professional respect. He walked around the end of the aisle, his deck shoes silent on the linoleum. "Excuse me," he said, his voice quiet and polite. "May I assist you?" Pete turned, startled. He looked him up and down, her eyes sharp, assessing. He saw the moment she categorized him. Tourist, probably retired, harmless. "I can't reach that blasted book," he said. He voiced a mix of frustration and grudging acceptance. He pointed. "The one with the woman on the cover." Eduardo reached up and plucked the book from the shelf. The cover featured a man with muscles that seemed to have their own muscles, holding a swooning woman in a torn dress. The title, embossed in glittering gold script, was Savage Tides of Passion. "Here you are," he said, handing it to him. "Thank you," he said, taking the book. "They always put the good ones on the top shelf. It's a conspiracy to keep us short people from enjoying a little romance." He looked at him again, a new, more social light in her eyes. "You're not from around here." "No," Eduardo said. "I'm visiting. From Miami. My doctor said I needed to relax. Less stress." Pete laughed, a dry, crackling sound. "Then you came to the right place. The only thing that moves fast in Cedar Key is the gossip." He tucked the book under his arm. "Well, thank you again, young man." He started to shuffle away. This was his chance. "I enjoy a good romance novel myself," Eduardo said. Pete stopped and turned back, a look of genuine surprise on his face. "You do?" "Of course. The intricate plotting. The emotional stakes. The exploration of the human heart." He gestured to the book in her hand. "That one, for example. The author, Serenity St. Clair, is a master of the genre. Her use of foreshadowing in the third act is particularly effective." Pete stared at him, mouth slightly open. He looked from his face to the book and back again. "You've read Serenity St. Clair?" "All of her work," Eduardo said. "Her early pirate-themed novels are, in my opinion, superior to her more recent contemporary work, but her grasp of character motivation is consistently excellent." For the first time since he'd seen her, Pete's guard seemed to drop completely. He was no longer a suspect. He was a fan meeting a fellow enthusiast. "I completely agree. The Pirate's Captive Heart is a masterpiece," The way Captain Bladeheart has to choose between his treasure and his love for Lady Annabel, it's Shakespearean. Precisely, Eduardo said. A classic dilemma. The conflict between duty and desire. You know, Pete said, a conspiratorial gleam in his eye, you should come to our book club. Eduardo raised an eyebrow. Book club? At Sunset Palms. We meet every Wednesday. This week, we're discussing Savage Tides of Passion. Most of the men in our group just come for the free cookies, but you actually get it. It was an invitation. An engraved invitation, handed to him on a silver platter. It was better than any plan he could have devised. I would be honored, Eduardo said. And so, 2 days later, Eduardo Morales, a man who had negotiated with drug lords and dismantled rival cartels, found himself sitting in a circle of 12 senior citizens in the Sunset Palms Community Center, a paper plate with 2 oatmeal raisin cookies on his knee. The room was decorated with watercolor paintings of seashells. The discussion was led by Pete, who wielded a dog-eared copy of Savage Tides of Passion like a gavel. All right, let's start with the protagonist, Captain Storm, Pete said. Dorothy, what was your impression of his moral compass? A woman with a cloud of white hair and rhinestone glasses cleared her throat. Well, I thought he was very conflicted. He's a ruthless pirate, but he has a soft spot for injured seagulls. I found that very endearing. A classic archetype, Eduardo offered, and all eyes turned to him. The predator with a hidden code of honor. It makes him dangerous, but also relatable. We see his capacity for violence, but we are also shown his capacity for tenderness. It creates a compelling narrative tension. The room was silent for a moment. Then, Dorothy clapped her hands together. Oh, that's it, exactly. Narrative tension. You put it so perfectly. Pete beamed at him. See. I told you he gets it. The discussion continued. They debated the motivations of the heroine, a feisty governess named Isabella. They analyzed the symbolism of the recurring storm motif. Morty, the man in the wheelchair, argued that the pirate ship's rigging was historically inaccurate for a vessel of that period, a point that Pete dismissed as irrelevant to the emotional core of the story. Eduardo found himself genuinely engaged. The strategic maneuvering of the characters, the shifting allegiances, the high-stakes emotional negotiations, it wasn't so different from his day job. It was just a different kind of territory, with different rules of engagement. What about the ending? A man named Frank asked, cupping a hand to his ear. I didn't understand the part with the treasure. They didn't find the treasure, Frank, a red-haired woman named Eddie shouted. They found love. That was the real treasure. Oh, Frank said, looking disappointed. I would have preferred the gold. That is the central theme of the novel, Eduardo said, standing up to get another cookie. The subversion of traditional masculine ideals. Captain Storm begins the story seeking material wealth, but by the end, he realizes that emotional connection is the more valuable prize. He walked back to his chair, the plate of cookies in his hand. He had done it. He was in. He had gained their trust. He was no longer a stranger. He was the nice, well-read man from Miami who understood the nuances of romance novels. He sat down, took a bite of a cookie, and made eye contact with Pete across the circle. He gave him a warm, friendly smile, the smile of a fellow book lover, of a potential friend. Eduardo smiled back, a polite, pleasant, and utterly cold smile. The research phase was over. The operation was about to begin. Chapter 18. The tracker knew that effective surveillance was all about blending in. You couldn't sit across the street from your target in a rusted-out pickup truck with a mismatched fender. That was amateur hour. That's how you ended up falling into a fish pond. No, a professional needed a proper mobile command unit. A ghost. A chameleon. The 1988 Fleetwood Bounder he rented from a guy named Skeeter was neither of those things. It was 34 feet of faded beige fiberglass with a peeling desert sunset mural on the side. It handled like a drunken whale and made a sound like a dying air compressor every time he used the brakes. But it had tinted windows and a small, questionable-looking toilet. It was perfect. He parked it on the street, directly opposite the main entrance to Sunset Palms, a spot that offered a commanding view of the comings and goings. He killed the engine, the vehicle shuddering to a stop with a final, mournful groan. He was now invisible. A shadow. Inside, he set up his command center on the dinette table. He had a corkboard, to which he pinned the grainy gas station photos of his 4 targets. He drew lines between them with a red marker, creating a web of conspiracy that looked impressive even if it didn't mean anything. He had his tactical binoculars, his parabolic microphone with a headset that kept shocking his left ear, and a bag of jerky that tasted like salted leather. "All right, you old bastards," he whispered, peering through the blinds at the front door of the retirement community. "You think you can hide from Chuck the Tracker? Think again." He spent the first 3 hours logging activity in a spiral notebook. 10:17 a.m. Woman with walker exits building. Proceeds to mailbox. Slow. Very slow. 10:43 a.m. Man in powder blue Lincoln arrives. Delivers what appears to be a bundt cake. 11:15 a.m. Target 4, Frank, emerges with a small group. They are heading for the shuffleboard courts. Frank appears to be the weak link. Easily confused. By noon, the sun had turned the RV into a sauna. The air conditioner unit on the roof made a loud rattling noise for 5 minutes, and then produced a puff of warm, dusty air before falling silent. Chuck stripped off his tactical vest and sat there in his sweat-soaked t-shirt, listening through the headset. All he could pick up was the faint sound of a game show and a heated argument about whether Jell-O salad counted as a vegetable. He was about to switch his surveillance to the shuffleboard courts when he saw movement. A woman was walking across the street, heading directly for the RV. She was small, with a halo of white hair, and she carried a foil-covered plate. Chuck ducked down below the window, his heart pounding. Had he been made? Was this a probe? A test of his defenses? A soft knock came on the RV door. Chuck held his breath. "Hello," a voice called out. It was quavering, gentle. "You who? Is anyone in there?" He peeked through the blinds again. The woman was standing on her tiptoes, trying to see in the window. She didn't look like an enforcer for a geriatric crime syndicate. She looked like someone's grandmother. Another knock, more insistent this time. Chuck knew he couldn't just ignore her. That would be more suspicious. He took a deep breath, composed his face into what he hoped was a neutral expression, and opened the door a crack. "Can I help you?" he asked, his voice a low growl. The woman beamed at him. "Oh good. I saw you pull in this morning, and I said to my husband, I said, 'Harold, that poor young man is probably visiting his mother and has to sleep in that hot box. I'm Dorothy from 2B. She held up the plate. "I brought you some lemon bars. I make them from scratch." Chuck stared at the foil-covered plate. His cover story, the one he'd spent all morning rehearsing, evaporated from his brain. He stammered. "I'm an ornithologist." Dorothy's smile didn't falter. "A bird watcher? How wonderful. Are you here for the roseate spoonbills? They're just lovely this time of year." She pushed the plate into his hands. "Well, you can't watch birds on an empty stomach. You eat up, dear. And if you need to do any laundry, you just come see me. We have a brand new May tag in the community center." She patted his arm and toddled back across the street, leaving Chuck standing in the doorway of his mobile command unit, holding a plate of still warm lemon bars. He closed the door and leaned against it, his mind reeling. They were good. They were very, very good. They'd sent their kindest, most disarming agent to neutralize him with baked goods. He ate one of the lemon bars. It was delicious. The assault continued an hour later. A man in a golf shirt knocked on the door, introduced himself as the head of the neighborhood watch, and invited him to a potluck dinner that evening. "We like to know our neighbors," the man said, peering past Chuck into the RV. "See, you got a nice little setup here. You a writer?" "Bird watcher," Chuck said automatically. "Right. Well, the potluck's at 6. Don't be a stranger." Chuck spent the rest of the afternoon in a state of high alert, fending off waves of relentless hospitality. A woman brought him a pitcher of iced tea. A man offered to lend him a more comfortable lawn chair. By 5 o'clock, he had been invited to 3 separate dinner parties, a poker game, and a water aerobics class. He was sitting at his dinette table, staring at his corkboard of conspiracy, a half-eaten casserole on the seat beside him, when he realized he had a serious problem. He hadn't seen any of his primary targets leave the building all day. He had gathered no actionable intelligence. But the entire community knew who he was. They had adopted him. He was no longer a predator, a tracker on the hunt. He was the nice young man in the driveway. He put on his headset, a fresh wave of determination washing over him. He would not be distracted by casseroles and kindness. He was a professional. He pointed the parabolic microphone at the community center, where the lights were on for the potluck. He would listen. He would find a clue. He turned the gain all the way up. The headset crackled to life. "And I told her," a woman's voice said, clear as a bell, "if you don't add a little cream cheese to the mashed potatoes, they just don't come out right." "Is that the secret?" another voice asked. "I've always used sour cream." "Sour cream is for amateurs," the first voice said with authority. Chuck slumped in his chair, the headset still crackling with culinary secrets. He was surrounded. Not by criminals, but by something far more dangerous, a community. He looked at the plate of lemon bars, at the Tupperware container of tuna noodle casserole, at the handwritten invitation to the poker game. His stakeout was a catastrophic failure. But he had to admit, the food was pretty good. Chapter 19. The money didn't feel right in his hands. Morty Weinstock sat in his apartment at Sunset Palms, the blinds drawn against the afternoon sun, a stack of $100 bills on the table next to his medication organizer. It was clean, non-sequential, untraceable. It was also the heaviest thing he'd ever held. For 40 years, he'd opened safes. He'd worked with tumblers and drill bits, with schematics and stethoscopes. He was a craftsman, a surgeon of steel. He had never been a thief. Pete had called it wealth redistribution. Eddie called it a late-life career change. Frank called it the thing we did at that big building. But Morty, in the quiet of his room, with the ghost of his late wife Sarah shaking her head at him from her picture on the nightstand, knew what it was. He couldn't sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the face of the young teller at the bank, her eyes wide with fear. He saw the newspaper headline. He saw the $20 million number, and felt a sickness in his stomach that had nothing to do with the retirement community's meatloaf. He wheeled himself to his closet and pulled out an old shoebox. He counted out $10,000 from the stack on the table, crisp bills that felt slick and dirty at the same time. He put them in the box, put the lid on, and placed it on his lap. He had a plan. It was a stupid plan. It was a dangerous plan. It was the only plan that might let him get a decent night's sleep. His first stop was the Cedar Key Animal Shelter, a small, sad-looking cinder block building that smelled of bleach and desperation. A young woman with a nose ring and a faded t-shirt that said, "Save a Stray," looked up from a ledger when he rolled through the door. "Can I help you?" she asked. The sound of yapping dogs echoed from a back room. "I'd like to make a donation," Morty said, his voice a little too loud. He pushed the shoebox onto the counter. The woman looked at the box, then at Morty. "That's very kind of you. Do you want to sponsor a kennel? Or we have a fund for medical supplies." "I want to give you this," Morty said, tapping the box. "Cash. Anonymous." She opened the lid. Her eyes went wide. She looked from the stacks of hundreds to Morty's face. The friendly, welcoming smile was gone, replaced by a look of deep suspicion. "Sir, this is a lot of money." "The animals need it," Morty said, his hands sweating on the wheels of his chair. "For food. For little squeaky toys." "We don't accept anonymous cash donations over $500, she said, her voice suddenly formal. "It's our policy. For tax purposes." "This isn't about taxes," Morty said. "This is about karma." "I'm going to need to see some ID, she said, her hand moving toward the phone on the counter. "And I'll have to fill out a form." This was not going according to plan. Morty's heart hammered against his ribs. He was a safecracker, not a smooth-talking philanthropist. He grabbed the box from the counter. "Forget it," he said, his voice a panicked squeak. I'll find a different charity. One with less paperwork." He spun his wheelchair around and rolled out of the shelter as fast as he could, the sound of barking dogs chasing him out the door. He sat in the parking lot for a long moment, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Giving away stolen money was harder than stealing it. He needed a different approach. Something less direct. Something that didn't involve suspicious-looking women with nose rings. His next stop was the community park. A man with a clipboard and a permanently exhausted expression was trying to teach a group of 8-year-olds how to hold a baseball bat. The kids, dressed in a motley collection of faded t-shirts and shorts, looked less like a team and more like a casting call for a remake of the Bad News Bears. Morty rolled up to the man. "You the coach?" The man sighed, a sound that carried the weight of 1,000 losing seasons. "I'm the coach, the manager, the groundskeeper, and the team psychologist. What can I do for you?" "Your team looks like they could use some help," Morty said, gesturing to the kids, one of whom was currently trying to put a batting helmet on backward. "We could use a lot of things," the coach said. "New equipment, a field that doesn't have a gopher problem, a kid who can actually hit the ball." "You offering?" "I'm offering to be a sponsor," Morty said. He pulled a thick envelope from his jacket pocket. "A full sponsor. New uniforms, new bats, whatever you need. On one condition." The coach's eyes lit up. He looked at the envelope like it was a winning lottery ticket. "Condition? Anything. You want your company name on the jerseys? Done. You want free tickets to all our games? You got it." "I want to name the team," Morty said. The coach blinked. "Name the team? They're the Cedar Key Crabs. They've been the Crabs since 1978. "Not anymore," Morty said. He leaned forward, his voice dropping. "I want to call them the Safecrackers." The coach stared at him. He looked from Morty's wheelchair to the envelope full of cash and back again. A slow smile spread across his face. "The Safecrackers," he repeated, testing the words. "I like it. It's got an edge. It's intimidating." He took the envelope. "Mister, for this kind of money, you can call them whatever you want. The Cedar Key tax evaders. The arsonists. I don't care. Welcome to the team, sponsor." Morty felt a wave of relief wash over him. This was better. This was clean. He was doing something good. He was turning dirty money into something positive, something for the kids. He didn't know that Pete was sitting in his car across the street, watching the entire transaction through a pair of bird-watching binoculars. He had followed him from the animal shelter, a cold knot of fury tightening in his stomach. He watched Morty shake hands with the coach. He watched the coach practically skip back to his team of misfit kids. When Morty got back to his apartment, Pete was waiting for him, sitting in his favorite armchair like a king holding court. Eddie and Frank stood behind him, a silent, grim-faced jury. "Enjoy your afternoon, Morty?" Pete asked, voice dangerously calm. Morty froze in the doorway. "Pete, what are you?" "Don't play dumb with me," he snapped, his voice losing its calm. "I saw you. The animal shelter. The Little League team. What in God's name do you think you're doing?" I was giving back to the community," Morty stammered. "You were leaving a trail of breadcrumbs a blind bloodhound could follow." He stood up, her small frame radiating pure, concentrated rage. "Anonymous cashed donations. Sponsoring a baseball team and calling them the Safecrackers. Are you insane? Why don't you just take out an ad in the newspaper? Local bank robber seeks to ease guilty conscience. Inquire within." "It wasn't like that." "It was exactly like that. We had a plan, Morty. A perfect plan. Low profile. No sudden moves. We were supposed to be four boring old people playing bingo. But you had to go and become a secret philanthropist. You're a liability." "What's a philanthropist?" Frank asked. "It's a rich person who gives away money, Frank," Eddie shouted, eyes still locked on Morty. "Oh," Frank said. "That's nice." "It's not nice, Frank." Pete spun on him. "It's stupid. It's reckless. And it's going to get us all caught." He turned back to Morty, eyes narrowed. "The money is a tool, Morty. A means to an end. It's not a guilt offering. You want to feel better? Go to church. You don't start handing out evidence to every charity in the county." Morty looked at the faces of his friends. Eddie's was hard, disappointed. Frank's was just confused. But Pete's was something else. It was the look of a commander whose most trusted soldier had just betrayed them on the battlefield. "The money, it felt wrong," Morty said quietly, his voice barely a whisper. "We hurt people, Pete. We took from a federally insured institution that was robbing people blind with service fees," Pete countered, voice like ice. "Don't get noble on me now, Morty. It's too late for that." He stepped closer, poking a finger into his chest. "This stops. Now. No more donations. No more baseball teams. You will sit here, and you will act like a retired safecracker, which is what you are. You are not a hero. You are a criminal. Start acting like one." He turned and marched out of the apartment, Eddie and Frank following in his seething wake. Morty was left alone in the silence, the weight of the words heavier than any stack of stolen money. He looked at the picture of his wife, her kind, smiling face a silent accusation. He had wanted to do something good. But Pete was right. It was too late. He had made his choice the day he agreed to join them. He wheeled himself over to the window and looked out at the park. In the distance, he could see the kids running and laughing, their new sponsor forgotten. He had tried to crack the safe of his own conscience, but it was the one lock he couldn't pick. Chapter 20. The Publix in Chiefland was an oasis of air-conditioned civilization. Gumbo needed coffee, beer, and a specific brand of salsa that was on BOGO, and he figured it was a good place to think. He was pushing his cart down the frozen food aisle, trying to decide between tater tots and crinkle-cut fries, when he saw a familiar velour tracksuit in the distance, hovering near the deli counter. It was Pete. He was studying the hot case with the intensity of a general surveying a battlefield. Gumbo grabbed the tater tots and moved his cart to the end of the aisle, parking it behind a pyramid of canned peaches. He wanted to see what he was doing. A mastermind of a $20 million bank heist didn't just run errands. Every move was part of the plan. Pete's plan, at that moment, appeared to be the acquisition of a rotisserie chicken. He pointed a wrinkled finger at the last chicken sitting under the heat lamp, a golden brown bird glistening with what the sign called our signature blend of herbs and spices. "I'll take that one," he told the kid behind the counter, a teenager with a wispy mustache and a name tag that read Trevor. Before Trevor could move, a voice cut through the hum of the deli case, a voice that was smooth, cultured, and accustomed to being obeyed. "Excuse me. I believe I was here first." Gumbo peered around the peaches. Standing next to Pete was a man who did not belong in a Chiefland Publix. He was in his late 60s with a deep, even tan that spoke of expensive golf courses, not fishing boats. He wore a crisp white polo shirt, tailored linen trousers, and Italian loafers with no socks. A heavy gold watch glinted on his wrist. It was Salvatore "Sally" Knuckles Torino, looking less like a Miami crime boss and more like a man who was deeply disappointed with the local real estate options. His nephew, Vinny, stood a half step behind him, looking uncomfortable and out of place in a tracksuit that was trying too hard. Pete turned his head slowly and looked Sally up and down. His gaze was flat, unimpressed. The line forms behind the person who is ordering. I am ordering. Therefore, the line forms behind me. Sally gave her a smile that was meant to be charming, but didn't quite reach his eyes. "My apologies. I didn't see a line. I just saw a chicken. A very fine-looking chicken. And since I have guests tonight, I'd like to purchase it." He looked at Trevor. "The chicken, son. Bag it up." Trevor looked back and forth between the imperious old man in the expensive shirt and the small, hawk-eyed blue hair in the velour tracksuit. He was a kid who made $7 an hour to slice ham. He was not equipped for this kind of confrontation. "I was here first," Pete said again, his voice losing its folksy charm and taking on an edge of pure, unadulterated granite. "I claimed the chicken. It's my chicken." "Fella," Sally said, his smile tightening, "I'm sure we can come to an arrangement. Perhaps I could buy you a different chicken. Or some nice cold cuts." "I don't want cold cuts," Pete said. "I want that chicken. It's Tuesday. Tuesday is rotisserie chicken night at Sunset Palms. It's on the schedule. Frank is expecting it." Gumbo watched, fascinated. This was better than a stakeout. A Miami mob boss, a senior citizen who had planned a multi-million-dollar heist, and a terrified teenager, all locked in a cold war over a $5 bird. Then, a third player entered the game. A man stepped up behind Sally, Knuckles. He was younger, dressed in a tasteful polo shirt and khaki shorts, the uniform of 1,000 Florida tourists. He held a small, red shopping basket containing a bottle of artisanal olive oil, a loaf of sourdough bread, and a single perfect avocado. It was Eduardo Morales. He looked calm, patient, like a man waiting for a bus. He gave a polite nod to the back of Sally's head, and then stood there, radiating an aura of serene detachment. Gumbo's brain went into overdrive. He knew Sally by reputation. He knew Pete was his prime suspect. And the new guy felt different. Dangerous. He didn't fit. The way he stood, the way he watched the scene without seeming to watch it, the expensive watch on his wrist that was at odds with his casual clothes. Gumbo had seen men like that before, in other places, in another life. They were the ones you didn't see coming until it was too late. "Look," Sally said to Pete, his voice losing all pretense of charm. "I don't think you understand. I am a guest in your town. It is a matter of hospitality. I want the chicken. And I want to win the lottery, Pete shot back. But that doesn't mean the fella at the gas station is going to just hand me a winning ticket. You want a chicken? Go to the meat department. Buy a raw one. Cook it yourself. This one is mine. He turned to Trevor. The chicken. Now. Trevor looked like he was about to cry. He picked up the plastic tongs. His hand hovered over the chicken, paralyzed by indecision. Eduardo cleared his throat. It was a soft, polite sound, but it cut through the tension like a knife. Everyone looked at him. "Excuse me," he said to Trevor, his voice a calm, pleasant baritone. "I believe there is a simple solution." He pointed to a sign taped to the glass of the hot case. The sign indicates that the early bird special chickens are available until 5 p.m. It is currently 4:47. Therefore, in 13 minutes, a new batch of chickens will be available, presumably at the regular price. He looked from Sally to Pete, his expression one of helpful, logical inquiry. Perhaps the gentleman in white would be willing to wait 13 minutes for a fresh chicken, allowing the man who was here first to have this one, which he has already claimed. Sally stared at him. He wasn't used to being given logical solutions by polite strangers. He was used to giving orders that were followed without question. Pete, however, saw the advantage. "He's right," he said, seizing the opening. "You want a fresh one anyway. This one's probably been sitting there for an hour. You look like a man who appreciates freshness." It was a brilliant move. He had complimented the man's taste while simultaneously reinforcing his own claim. Sally was trapped. He couldn't argue that he preferred an older chicken without looking cheap. He couldn't throw a tantrum in the middle of a Publix without drawing the kind of attention he had come to Florida to avoid. He looked at Pete, a long, hard look that promised future conversations. He looked at Eduardo, his eyes narrowed, filing the man's face away for later. Then he gave a tight, angry nod. "Fine," he bit out. "I'll wait." Pete gave him a triumphant smile. "Thank you. It's so nice to see that chivalry isn't dead." He turned to Trevor. "My chicken, please, young man. And can you throw in a couple of those little potato wedges? Frank loves the potato wedges." Trevor, flooded with relief, bagged the chicken and the wedges with trembling hands. Pete paid, took the package, and pushed the shopping cart away without a backward glance. Sally stood there watching her go, a look of pure cold fury on his face. Vinny leaned in. "Uncle Sally, you want me to?" "You'll do nothing," Sally hissed. "You'll stand here, and you'll wait for the damn chicken." Eduardo stepped forward, his turn at last. "Good afternoon," he said to Trevor. "I'd like a half-pound of the boar's head, low-sodium turkey breast, please. Sliced very thin." Gumbo stayed behind his pyramid of peaches, his mind racing. It was all here. The whole case, standing in a 10-foot circle. The Grandpa Gang, the Miami mob, and a third unknown player who was smarter and calmer than all of them. And they had all converged in the deli aisle, their paths crossing over the last rotisserie chicken of the day. He thought about Dolores, about her son's tuition, about his promise. He looked at the three men standing at the counter, a tableau of simmering violence and professional courtesy. This was no longer a simple bank robbery. This was a storm, and he was standing right in the middle of it. Chapter 21. Gumbo stood in line at the Coastal Pharmacy, the same one the Grandpa Gang had accidentally robbed, holding a bottle of industrial-strength antacid. The confrontation at the Publix, followed by a celebratory dinner of chili dogs at Mabel's, had left his stomach feeling like a war zone. The line was long, filled with people picking up prescriptions, buying greeting cards, and complaining about the price of compression socks. The automatic door slid open with a soft whoosh, and Frank Gable shuffled in. He wore a faded fishing hat and squinted at the bright lights, looking lost and out of his element. He held a small white prescription slip in his hand like it was a winning lottery ticket. He got in line directly behind Gumbo. Gumbo didn't turn around. He just stood there, studying a display of reading glasses, feeling the presence of the gang's weak link 2 feet behind him. He could wait. Frank, however, was not a man built for waiting in silence. He tapped Gumbo on the shoulder. "Gary?" Frank's voice was a loud, hopeful query that made the woman in front of Gumbo turn and stare. "Gary, is that you? What in the world are you doing all the way out here in Gainesville?" Gumbo turned slowly. He looked at Frank's face, at the rheumy eyes squinting at him, trying to place him. Frank saw a man of about the right height, the right build. He saw what he wanted to see. Gumbo saw his opening. He didn't say yes. He didn't say no. He just gave a non-committal shrug. "Running some errands, Frank. You know how it is." Frank beamed, the recognition solidifying in his foggy brain. "I knew it was you. Your Uncle Pete would kill me if he knew I was talking to you. Says we're supposed to be keeping a low profile." He leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial stage whisper that could be heard 3 aisles over. "But your family. And you won't believe the adventures we've been having." The woman in front of Gumbo, who was buying a bottle of Pepto-Bismol, took a deliberate step forward, away from the conversation. "Adventures?" Gumbo said, turning slightly to face him. "Sound interesting." "Interesting doesn't cover the half of it," Frank said, his eyes alight with the thrill of having a secret to tell. "Your uncle, he got it in his head that we were all wasting away. Said we needed one last hurrah. I thought he meant a cruise to the Bahamas. He meant robbing a bank." Gumbo kept his face neutral. He picked up a basket and put his antacid in it. "A bank? You're kidding me, Frank." "Kidding. Gary, we took $20 million. Cleaned the place out. Morty, you remember Morty, the fella in the wheelchair? He was a wizard. Popped that big vault door like it was a can of beans. And Eddie drove the car. Lord, that man can drive. I ain't moved that fast since I was in the army." The line shuffled forward. The woman with the Pepto-Bismol paid and scurried out of the store. Gumbo was next. "That sounds risky," Gumbo said, placing his basket on the counter. "Risky is the point," Frank said, his voice full of pride. "Pete planned the whole thing. Timetables, security schedules. He thinks he's a general, that one. A little too bossy, if you ask me. But he gets the job done." The young cashier looked at Gumbo, then at Frank, his eyes wide. Gumbo just smiled and handed the kid a 20. "Then we did this place," Frank continued, gesturing around the pharmacy. "This was my job. Reconnaissance. I told them it was a jewelry store. My notes were very clear. Had a whole plan to get the diamonds. But Pete wouldn't listen. Said I must have read the sign wrong." "You robbed this pharmacy?" Gumbo asked, taking his change. He stepped to the side, pretending to look at a display of diabetic socks, giving Frank the floor. "Wasn't our best work," Frank admitted, lowering his voice slightly. "Hardly any cash. We ended up with a bag full of pills. What's a fella my age going to do with a bunch of pills? I've already got a whole drawer full of them." He patted his shirt pocket. "That's why I'm here now. Pete sent me to get a refill of my blood pressure medicine. Said I was getting too excited." Gumbo nodded, a look of sympathetic understanding on his face. "So what did you do with all that stuff?" "That's the problem," Frank said, throwing his hands up. "Morty got a guilty conscience. Started giving the money away. Named a kid's baseball team the Safecrackers. Can you believe the nerve? Pete almost had a conniption. Said he was going to get us all caught. The pharmacist from behind the high counter called out, her voice echoing through the quiet store. Prescription ready for Frank Gable. The name hit the air and hung there. Frank's smile faltered. He looked at the pharmacist, then he looked back at Gumbo. He squinted, his brain finally catching up. He saw Gumbo's face clearly for the first time. He saw the calm, watchful eyes. He saw the man from the retirement community, the one who had been asking all the questions, the one who had upset Eddie at the shuffleboard game. This wasn't his nephew Gary. This wasn't family. This was the enemy. The color drained from Frank's face. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. He looked like a fish that had just been pulled from the water, his eyes wide with a sudden, terrifying understanding of his own mortality. Frank Gable, the pharmacist called again, a note of impatience in her voice. Frank stumbled forward, toward the pharmacy counter. He didn't look at Gumbo again. He snatched the small white paper bag from the pharmacist's hand, fumbled with his wallet, and threw a handful of bills on the counter. "Keep the change," he mumbled, his voice a panicked rasp. He turned and practically ran for the door, shuffling faster than Gumbo had ever seen him move. The automatic door slid open, and he was gone, disappearing into the bright, hot glare of the parking lot. Gumbo stood by the sock display, a small grim smile on his face. He had it. All of it. The whole crazy, impossible story, straight from the mouth of the lookout. It wasn't evidence. It wouldn't stand up in court. But it was a confession. And it was all he needed. He put his bottle of antacid in a bag, gave a polite nod to the still stunned cashier, and walked out into the afternoon sun. He didn't hurry. He didn't need to. He knew where Frank was going. And he knew exactly what was going to happen next. Chapter 22. Frank Gable didn't run. His body had forgotten how. But he moved with a panicked, shuffling urgency that was the next best thing, his blood pressure medication completely forgotten in his pocket. He burst through the automatic doors of the Sunset Palms Community Center, his face the color of old parchment. Pete, Eddie, and Morty were in the game room, sitting around a card table, not playing. They were dissecting the shuffleboard incident, their voices low and tense. Pete was in the middle of explaining the concept of operational security when Frank stumbled in, gasping for air. "He knows," Frank wheezed, leaning against a ficus tree that was probably fake. Pete was on his feet in an instant. His eyes were sharp, cold. "Who knows what, Frank? Use your words." "The private investigator. The one who looks like Gary," Frank gasped. "I saw him. At the pharmacy. I thought he was Gary. I told him." Morty wheeled his chair back from the table. "Told him what, Frank?" "Everything," Frank whispered, the word a death rattle for their short-lived criminal enterprise. "The bank. The pills. The safe crackers. Everything." The silence in the room was absolute. Eddie slowly put his face in his hands. Morty looked at the picture of his wife on the little table beside his chair. Pete, however, did not panic. His face hardened, the soft lines of a retiree replaced by the sharp angles of a field commander whose position had just been overrun. "The car," she snapped. "Now." "The rental's back in Gainesville," Eddie said, her voice muffled by her hands. "We were supposed to be laying low." "Not that car," Pete said. "My car." He grabbed a set of keys from a hook by her apartment door, the keychain a fluffy pink flamingo. He didn't have a Lincoln or a Buick. Pete's car was a golf cart. But it wasn't a standard-issue Sunset Palms model. It was a custom job, an E-Zigo TXT that he'd had modified with a bigger motor, street-legal tires, and a racing stripe down the side. It was his baby. And it was their only way out. Gumbo pulled his truck into a visitor spot near the front entrance. He didn't get out. He just sat, the engine off, and watched. He knew Frank would sound the alarm. He knew they would run. He was counting on it. 5 minutes later, his patience paid off. The souped-up golf cart shot out from behind the B-Wing apartments, Pete at the wheel, his face a mask of grim determination. Eddie was in the passenger seat, gripping the dashboard. Frank was squeezed between them, looking like he was about to be sick. The most impressive part of the operation was Morty. They had somehow managed to get him, wheelchair and all, onto the small rear-facing seat, where he sat like a captured king in a Roman triumph, his back to the direction of travel, holding on for dear life. The cart didn't head for the main exit. Pete was too smart for that. He took a sharp left, onto the winding concrete path that snaked through the retirement community's sprawling grounds. He was heading for the service exit on the far side of the property. Gumbo didn't start his truck. A truck was too big, too loud. It was the wrong tool for the job. He got out and walked calmly toward a small maintenance shed he'd noticed on his first visit. The door was locked with a simple padlock. Gumbo looked at it, then at a large decorative rock in a nearby flower bed. 2 sharp, well-placed blows and the lock popped open. Inside, sitting next to a lawnmower and several bags of fertilizer, was a golf cart. It was the opposite of Pete's. A maintenance mule. It was dented, stained with grass clippings, and probably had a top speed of a brisk walk. A key was in the ignition. Gumbo smiled. The chase was on. He pulled the maintenance cart onto the path, just as Pete's racing model disappeared around a bend lined with prize-winning azaleas. He didn't gun it. He just kept a steady pace, the electric motor whining in protest. He wasn't trying to catch them. He was trying to herd them. "He's gaining on us," Morty yelled, looking over his shoulder. "Or rather, we're gaining distance on him." "He's not trying to catch us," Pete said through gritted teeth, knuckles white on the steering wheel. "He's trying to cut us off." "Eddie, what's the fastest way to the back gate?" "Take a right at the bocce ball court, then cut through the picnic area," Eddie said, instincts as a getaway driver kicking in. "It's a straight shot from there." Pete swerved onto the grass, the golf cart bouncing over the manicured lawn. They passed the bocce ball court, where 2 old men looked up from their game, their expressions of mild curiosity turning to shock as the renegade golf cart sped past. Gumbo didn't follow them onto the grass. He stayed on the path. He knew the layout of this place now. He knew where the picnic area led. It led to the shuffleboard courts. And there was only one way out of there. Pete saw her mistake too late. The picnic area ended at a tall hedge. The only opening was a narrow path that led directly onto the green concrete of the courts. He took the turn, the tires of the golf cart squealing in protest. "Dead end," Eddie yelled. "It's a dead end." "It wasn't a dead end last week," Pete snarled. They had reached the scene of Eddie's earlier meltdown. The shuffleboard cues were still in their racks. The scoreboard still showed the final losing score. And blocking the only exit was a slow-moving, dented, grass-stained maintenance cart. Gumbo sat there, waiting for them. Pete didn't hesitate. He spun the wheel, a hard, desperate turn. He was aiming for the narrow gap between the courts and the decorative pond. It was a move born of pure, stubborn refusal to be caught. The golf cart went up on 2 wheels. Frank screamed, a high, thin sound like a tea kettle. Morty gripped the sides of his wheelchair, his face a mixture of terror and scientific fascination with the laws of physics. Eddie just closed his eyes and braced for impact. For a long, silent moment, the cart teetered, balanced between a daring escape and a humiliating, slow-motion disaster. Pete wrestled with the wheel, his whole body thrown into the effort. With a final groaning lurch, the other 2 wheels slammed back down onto the concrete. He had saved it. But the path was blocked. Gumbo had moved his cart forward, closing the gap. They were trapped. The cart rolled to a stop, its motor giving a final, defeated whine. It was over. Gumbo killed the power to his own cart and got out. He walked toward them, his footsteps loud in the sudden silence. He didn't look angry. He didn't look triumphant. He just looked tired. He stopped a few feet from their cart. Pete stared straight ahead, hands still gripping the wheel. Eddie wouldn't look at him. Frank was trying to hide behind the seat. Morty, still facing backward, slowly turned his head and met Gumbo's gaze. "Well," Morty said, his voice surprisingly calm. "This is a bit of a pickle, isn't it?" Chapter 23. Vinny sat in his rental car, a bland silver Camry that was beginning to feel like a prison cell, and watched the strangest car chase he had ever seen. He had his binoculars trained on the grounds of Sunset Palms, expecting to see something. A handoff. A meeting. A flicker of the professional menace he'd been sent to find. Instead, he was watching a golf cart with a racing stripe being pursued by another golf cart that looked like it had lost a fight with a lawnmower. The pursuit was happening at a speed that made walking look like a viable alternative. The lead cart, driven by the old woman from the Publix chicken incident, took a corner too fast and nearly tipped over. Vinny watched, his mouth slightly open, as the whole vehicle balanced on two wheels for a heart-stopping second before slamming back down. The man in the wheelchair on the back didn't even lose his hat. "What the hell is this?" Vinny whispered to himself. He had seen chases before. He'd been in chases before. They involved screeching tires, the smell of burning rubber, the gut-clenching fear that came with taking a corner at 80 miles an hour. They did not involve bouncing over manicured lawns, scattering a flock of startled egrets, or coming to a dead stop in front of a shuffleboard court. He watched as the man he recognized as the private investigator, Gumbo, got out of the maintenance cart and walked toward the four old people. There were no guns. No shouting. It looked less like a dramatic capture, and more like a man telling his grandparents it was time to come inside for dinner. And in that moment, sitting in the soulless, air-conditioned interior of his rental car, Vinny understood. The realization hit him, not like a lightning bolt, but like the slow, dawning, horrible certainty that you've left your wallet at a restaurant 3 towns back. These weren't his uncle's rivals. They weren't a professional crew from Tampa making a move on the family's territory. They weren't a threat. They were just old. And bored. And maybe a little bit crazy. The $20 million bank heist, the crime that had sent a ripple of fear through his uncle's organization, had been perpetrated by a group of people whose combined age was probably older than the state of Florida itself. He let the binoculars fall into his lap. He felt a wave of something he couldn't identify. It was part relief, part embarrassment, and part a deep existential dread at the thought of having to explain this to his Uncle Sally. He pulled out his phone. It was better to get it over with. Like ripping off a Band-Aid. A very large, very angry Band-Aid with a bad temper and a collection of expensive golf clubs. The phone rang once. "Tell me you found them," Sally's voice said. "No, hello." "I found them, Uncle Sally," Vinny said. He tried to keep his voice steady. "Good. Where? What's their setup? Are they professionals?" Vinny took a deep breath. "They're at the retirement community. Sunset Palms. And no, I wouldn't exactly call them professionals." "What does that mean?" Sally asked, a note of impatience in his voice. "They sloppy? Amateurs?" "Amateur is a good word," Vinny said, watching as Gumbo appeared to be having a calm, reasonable conversation with the 4 bank robbers next to a decorative pond. "Grandfatherly is another one." There was a long silence, on the other end of the line. Vinny could hear the faint sound of waves. His uncle was probably on his terrace, looking out at the ocean. "Vincent," Sally said, his voice dangerously soft. "Have you been drinking?" "No, Uncle Sally. I'm trying to explain. The crew, it's not a crew. It's 4 old people. The ones from the picture. They live here. At the retirement home. I know they live there. That's the cover. What's their real story? Who do they work for?" "They don't work for anyone," Vinny said, his frustration growing. "They're just them. I think they did it for fun." "Fun?" Sally's voice was incredulous. "People don't steal $20 million for fun, Vinny. People steal $20 million because they are making a statement. They are challenging my authority. They are spitting in my face. Uncle Sally, one of them is in a wheelchair, and another one can't hear anything. I don't think they're spitting in anyone's face. I think they're just trying to stay busy." Another silence, longer this time. Vinny could almost feel the pressure building through the phone. "Let me see if I understand this," Sally said, his voice now dripping with sarcasm. "I send my nephew, a man I am trying to groom for a position of leadership in this family, to investigate a major territorial incursion. And he calls me back to tell me that the whole thing was perpetrated by the cast of the Golden Girls." "It's 2 men and 2 women, Vinny corrected him, then immediately realized it was the wrong thing to say. "I don't care what the gender distribution is," Sally roared, the sound so loud Vinny had to pull the phone away from his ear. "Are you telling me I flew my golf clubs all the way up to this swamp-infested hellhole to have a conversation with a deaf man and a guy in a wheelchair? It looks that way, yeah. This is a joke. You're making a joke." "I wish I was, Uncle Sally. I'm looking at them right now. They just got chased down by a private investigator in a golf cart. The whole thing lasted maybe 5 minutes, and the top speed was about 8 miles an hour." Sally said something in Italian, a long, complicated string of curses that involved several saints and a variety of farm animals. Vinny waited for him to finish. "You have been played, Vincent," Sally finally said, his voice a low, furious growl. "They have gotten to you. Those old ladies with their card games and their casseroles. They have turned your brain to mush. You've gone soft." "I haven't gone soft," Vinny protested. "I'm telling you what I see. This isn't a threat to us. This is a hobby. A very illegal hobby." "I'll be the judge of what is and isn't a threat," Sally said. "I'm on my way. I'll be there in an hour. Don't do anything. Don't talk to anyone. And for God's sake, Vinny, don't eat any more of their damn biscuits." The line went dead. Vinny lowered the phone and stared out the windshield. In the distance, he saw Gumbo get back into his maintenance cart. The 4 old people, their moment of high drama apparently over, were now heading slowly, dejectedly, back toward the main building in their own cart. It looked like they were being sent to their rooms without dessert. He had failed. He had failed to understand the situation. He had failed to convince his uncle. And now, his uncle was coming. With his temper. And his golf clubs. And Vinny had a terrible feeling that things in the quiet, quirky town of Cedar Key were about to get a lot more complicated. Chapter 24. El Sombra had a simple 3-step process for asset recovery. Step 1. Isolate the target. Step 2. Apply precise, overwhelming pressure. Step 3. Retrieve the asset. It was a business model that had served him well from the boardrooms of Zurich to the jungles of the Yucatan. He had isolated the target. Morty Weinstock, the safecracker. According to the schedule he'd charmed out of the receptionist at Sunset Palms, Morty had a physical therapy session at 2 p.m. every Thursday. In the hydrotherapy pool. Alone. Eduardo walked through the humid, chlorine-scented air of the community center's natatorium. He wore swim trunks under his khaki shorts and a towel draped around his neck, the perfect disguise. He expected to find a quiet, private pool, a place for a calm, professional conversation. He did not expect to find a party. The pool was filled with at least 15 senior citizens, all wearing brightly colored swim caps and bobbing in the turquoise water. Cheerful music, a Latin fusion monstrosity that sounded like a cruise ship commercial, blared from a portable speaker. At the head of the class, a relentlessly cheerful instructor in her 20s with a whistle around her neck was shouting encouragement. And grapevine, ladies. Grapevine, gentlemen. Feel the burn. That's the feeling of being alive. And there, in the middle of it all, was Morty. He was out of his wheelchair, supported by the gentle buoyancy of the water, a blue foam noodle tucked under his arms. He was smiling. He moved his legs in a slow, rhythmic kicking motion, a look of blissful relief on his face. Eduardo stopped at the edge of the pool. This was a complication. This was not isolation. This was the opposite of isolation. He scanned the scene. He needed to get Morty alone. He could wait. He was a patient man. He took a seat on a plastic lounge chair and pretended to read a discarded copy of Good Housekeeping. "Newcomer," the instructor chirped, pointing at him. "Don't be shy. The water's fine. We've got an extra noodle for you." Before Eduardo could protest, a woman with a purple swim cap and enormous rhinestone-studded sunglasses splashed over to him. "Come on in, handsome. It's great for your circulation." Eduardo, a man who had once stared down a firing squad without flinching, found himself utterly disarmed by a 70-year-old woman in a flowered one-piece. He was a guest of the book club. He had a cover to maintain. He couldn't be rude. With a sigh, he slipped off his shorts and polo shirt and waded into the pool. The water was uncomfortably warm, like a giant bathtub. The woman handed him a bright yellow pool noodle. "I'm Gladys," she said. "Don't worry, Tiffany is a wonderful instructor. She really works the glutes." Eduardo found a spot at the back of the class, trying to stay as far from Morty as possible while he formulated a new plan. The music swelled. "Okay, everyone," Tiffany shouted. "Let's do our jumping jacks. And 1 and 2. Get those hearts pumping." Eduardo stood motionless as the senior citizens around him began a slow, gentle, water-cushioned version of a jumping jack. He felt a profound sense of dislocation, a feeling that his entire life had been a prelude to this single, deeply absurd moment. He was here to intimidate a man into returning $2 million worth of cocaine, and he was in the middle of a water aerobics class. He tried to catch Morty's eye, to give him a look, a subtle gesture that said, "We need to talk." But Morty was in the zone. He was laughing, splashing, chatting with a man next to him about the quality of the cafeteria's tapioca pudding. The class ended 45 minutes later. Eduardo's skin was wrinkled, and his ears were full of the cruise ship music. The seniors began to slowly exit the pool, heading for the locker rooms. This was his chance. He moved through the water, his steps silent, until he was right behind Morty, who was using the handrail to pull himself toward the pool steps. "Morty," Eduardo said, his voice a low, quiet murmur. Morty turned. The blissful, post-aerobic smile vanished from his face. He recognized the polite man from the book club, but he saw something else in his eyes now. Something cold and still, and very, very dangerous. "You," Morty whispered. "We need to have a conversation," Eduardo said. "About a silver box. With a hummingbird on it." Morty's face went pale. He looked around. The other seniors were gone. The instructor was packing up her speaker. It was just the two of them, standing chest deep in the warm, chlorinated water. "I don't know what you're talking about," Morty said, his voice trembling slightly. "I think you do," Eduardo said. He took a step closer. This was it. Step 2. The application of pressure. He would explain, in calm, rational, and terrifying detail, the consequences of disappointing his employer. He would talk about pain. He would talk about loss. He would talk about the long, slow, and deeply unpleasant process of being dismantled, piece by piece. He opened his mouth to begin. And then Morty's leg cramped. The old man's face contorted in a spasm of pure, unadulterated pain. He let out a sharp cry and lost his grip on the railing. His head went under. Bubbles rose to the surface. Eduardo stared at the spot where Morty had been. His brain, a finely tuned instrument of violence and strategy, short-circuited. His training had not prepared him for this. He couldn't interrogate a drowning man. He couldn't threaten a man who was actively having a medical emergency. With a curse, Eduardo lunged forward, grabbed Morty by the armpits, and hauled him to the surface. Morty came up sputtering, coughing, his face a mask of agony. "My leg," he gasped. "Charlie horse." Eduardo held him, the old man's frail body surprisingly light in the water. He was holding his target. He was holding the key to his entire operation. And the man was whimpering. He looked at Morty, at the wrinkled skin, the thinning white hair plastered to his scalp, the sheer, unadulterated misery in his eyes. This was the master safecracker. This was the man who had defied him. This was a man whose body was in open rebellion against him, a man for whom the simple act of standing was a painful daily struggle. And in that moment, holding a gasping, cramping old man in a hydrotherapy pool, Eduardo Morales had an epiphany. What was he doing? He had spent his life in the pursuit of a cold, hard, and brutal form of perfection. He was the best, the most efficient, the most feared. He had a penthouse in Miami, a collection of vintage watches, and the respect of men who dealt in death. But what was the point? To fly across the world, to threaten a man who could be defeated by a muscle spasm, to apply his finely honed skills of intimidation to a senior citizen in a swim cap. He looked at Morty, who was now trying to rub the cramp out of his calf, his face still twisted in pain. This man had robbed a bank. He had taken a massive, insane risk, not for power, not for territory, but for one last glorious ride into the sunset. He had done it because he was old, and he was tired of being old. He had done it to feel alive. And what did Eduardo feel? Efficient. Respected. Empty. He dragged Morty over to the steps and helped him out of the pool. Morty sat on the edge, shivering, still rubbing his leg. You saved me," Morty said, looking up at him, his eyes full of a strange mixture of fear and gratitude. Eduardo looked down at his own hands. These were hands that had ended lives, that had signed contracts worth millions, that had inspired terror. And they had just been used to prevent an old man from drowning in a therapy pool. He felt tired. Not physically tired. A deep, soul-crushing weariness. A weariness with the violence, with the threats, with the cold, empty logic of his entire existence. He turned and walked away, leaving Morty sitting by the side of the pool. He didn't say another word. He didn't need to. The conversation was over, but it was Eduardo, not Morty, who had been broken. He walked into the locker room, the smell of chlorine and old age filling his lungs, and for the first time in his professional life, he had absolutely no idea what he was going to do next. Chapter 25. Chuck Benson was a coiled spring of tactical readiness. He sat in the sweltering heat of his rented RV, a half-eaten lemon bar hardening on the dinette table next to him, and watched the main entrance of sunset palms through his binoculars. The potluck dinner was in full swing. He could hear the faint, cheerful sounds of old people enjoying a free meal. It was the perfect cover for a clandestine meeting or a daring escape. He would not be fooled by their casserole-based psychological warfare. He was so focused on the front door that he didn't notice the black Mercedes until it was right in front of him. It was the kind of car that didn't belong in this part of Florida. A sleek, silent predator that probably cost more than the entire RV park he lived in. The tinted window slid down with a soft whir. "Hey pal," a voice said. It was a voice accustomed to giving orders, a voice that had probably told people to do things they later regretted. "You know where a guy can find this Sunset Palms place? My GPS is having a nervous breakdown." Chuck lowered his binoculars. He saw a man in a crisp white polo shirt, a deep tan, and a heavy gold watch. He looked like money. He looked like trouble. He looked exactly like the kind of high-level criminal associate who would be coming to extract the geriatric bank robbers. This was it. The connection. The big fish. Chuck's brain, a machine not known for its high performance, kicked into overdrive. He had the element of surprise. He had a tactical vest. He had a pair of handcuffs he'd bought online that came with a free instructional DVD. "You looking for some friends of yours?" Chuck asked, his voice a low, gravelly imitation of his favorite TV cop. The man in the Mercedes, Salvatore Sally Knuckles, Torino, squinted at him. "What's it to you?" "I'm a fugitive recovery specialist," Chuck said, puffing out his chest. He decided against showing his license. The moment was too cinematic for paperwork. "And your friends are in a whole heap of trouble." Sally stared at the man in the ridiculous RV. He saw a sunburned face, a cheap vest, and the kind of misplaced confidence that got people hurt. He had no idea what the man was talking about, but he was lost, he was angry, and he was not in the mood for games. "Listen, Rambo," Sally said, his patience gone. "Just tell me where the damn retirement home is before I get out of this car and have a serious conversation with you about wasting my time." It was a threat. A clear, unambiguous threat. This was the confirmation Chuck needed. He had to act. Now. He threw the RV door open and launched himself into the street. It was meant to be a swift, decisive move. A takedown. But he'd forgotten about the steep RV steps. His boot caught on the top one. He stumbled, arms flailing, and half ran, half fell toward the Mercedes. Sally saw a large, sweaty man in a vest hurtling toward his car, and did what any reasonable 68-year-old crime boss would do. He hit the gas. The Mercedes lurched forward. Chuck, propelled by a combination of gravity and bad judgment, managed to grab the open passenger side door handle. The car dragged him for about 10 feet before Sally, realizing this was not a situation that could be solved with acceleration, slammed on the brakes. Chuck, still clinging to the handle, swung around and slammed into the side of the car. He saw stars. He also saw his opportunity. He reached for his handcuffs, his fingers fumbling with the clasp on his belt. "You're under arrest," he yelled, a line he had been waiting his whole life to say. Sally got out of the car. He looked at the dent Chuck's body had just made in his passenger door. He looked at the man who was now trying to untangle a pair of cheap handcuffs. "You're going to pay for that," Sally said, his voice a low, dangerous growl. "You have the right to remain silent," Chuck shouted, finally getting the cuffs free. He lunged. The takedown was not a thing of beauty. It was a clumsy, grunting affair that involved more tripping than tackling. They ended up in a heap on the manicured lawn of the house next door, in the middle of a flock of plastic flamingos. Chuck, by sheer dumb luck, ended up on top. He managed to get one handcuff onto Sally's wrist. "I got him," he yelled to no one in particular. I got the kingpin. That's when the news van arrived. It was a local crew from Gainesville, probably on their way back from covering a story about a prize-winning pig, when they saw a black Mercedes, a ridiculous RV, and two men wrestling amongst a flock of plastic flamingos. It was the kind of weird Florida story that got you on the national news. The van screeched to a halt. A reporter, a young woman with bright red lipstick and an expression of pure journalistic glee, jumped out, a cameraman right behind her. "What's going on here?" she called out, shoving a microphone toward the flamingo-strewn battlefield. Chuck saw his moment. This wasn't just a capture. This was a media event. He puffed out his chest, pulling Sally up by the one cuffed arm. "Chuck the Tracker Benson, fugitive recovery specialist," he announced, his voice booming with newfound authority. "I've just apprehended the mastermind behind the Cedar Key bank robbery." The camera light flicked on, a bright, glorious sun in Chuck's face. The reporter's eyes went wide. "The bank robbery? You've caught the person responsible?" "That's right," Chuck said, tightening his grip on Sally. "This is the man who planned it all. A professional. From Miami." Sally, who was still trying to figure out what was happening, just stared at the camera, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. He was Salvatore Torino. He did not get arrested by men in tactical vests. He did not get his picture taken while being held at Flamingo Point. "Sir, can you give us a statement?" the reporter asked Sally. "Get that camera out of my face," Sally snarled. "He's not talking," Chuck said, pulling Sally closer. "But his crimes speak for themselves. This was a long and dangerous investigation. It took all my skills, all my training. But in the end, justice always prevails." He launched into a dramatic and mostly fictional account of his stakeout. He talked about the long hours, the constant danger, the intricate web of clues he had painstakingly pieced together. He was in the middle of a sentence about the casserole-based misdirection tactics when he made his mistake. For a brief, glorious moment, he let go of Sally's arm to gesture emphatically at the RV. "It all came down to what we in the business call a mobile command unit," he said, puffing out his chest for the camera. Sally didn't hesitate. He was a professional. He saw an opening, and he took it. He yanked his arm free. The single handcuff dangled from his wrist. He didn't run. He walked. Calmly. He walked around the back of the news van, got into his Mercedes, and drove away. No one noticed. The reporter was captivated by Chuck's story. The cameraman was focused on getting a good shot of the hero. Chuck finished his speech with a flourish. "And that's how you take down a kingpin. With grit, determination, and a refusal to ever give up." He turned to present his captive to the camera one last time, and saw nothing but an empty patch of grass and a slightly trampled plastic flamingo. He stared. The reporter followed his gaze. The cameraman panned across the empty lawn. "Ah," the reporter said, lowering her microphone. "Where did he go?" Chuck looked at the empty space where the most important capture of his career had been standing a moment before. He looked at the black Mercedes disappearing down the street. He looked back at the camera, its red light still blinking, broadcasting his moment of triumph and his subsequent spectacular failure to every television in north-central Florida. Chuck stammered, his 15 minutes of fame already ticking down to zero. "He's a professional. Very slippery." Chapter 26. Dr. Finch sat in the back booth of Mabel's diner, a place she felt lacked proper archival quality climate control, but served surprisingly decent coffee. The table in front of her was a chaotic collage of historical obsession. There were photocopies of 19th-century shipping manifests, a detailed satellite map of the Cedar Key Islands, and a half-eaten blueberry muffin. She was cross-referencing tidal patterns from 1892 with a list of known shipwrecks, a process she felt was bringing her to the brink of a major discovery. Gumbo slid into the booth opposite her, placing a cup of coffee on the table. He looked tired. He had spent his morning listening to a rambling, televised confession from a bounty hunter who seemed to have mistaken a mob boss for a bank robber and then promptly lost him. "Find your treasure yet?" Gumbo asked, taking a sip of his coffee. "I'm closing in," Amanda said, her eyes alight with the fire of the truly convinced. "The key is in the ancillary documentation. The thieves took the map, but they didn't take the corroborating evidence. I've narrowed the potential location of Captain Mendez's treasure down to one of 3 islands, Seahorse Key, Atsina Odi, or North Key." "That's a lot of ground to cover," Gumbo said. "And a lot of mosquitoes." "That's why I needed to see you," she said, lowering her voice. She reached into her oversized satchel and pulled out a Ziploc bag. Inside was a single, crumpled piece of paper. It was an old envelope, yellowed with age, the kind with a faded 2-cent stamp in the corner. "I found this." It was tucked inside a ledger from the Historical Society. "I believe it's a secondary map. A backup. Perhaps drawn by one of the Alvarez family members." Gumbo took the bag and looked at the envelope. It was addressed to a Mr. Earl Gable in Cedar Key, postmarked 1943. On the back, scrawled in a faint, spidery pencil script, was what looked like a crude map. There were a few wavy lines that could have been a coastline, a series of boxes that might have been buildings, and a large, definitive X. "This is it," Amanda whispered, her voice trembling with excitement. "The X marks the spot. It has to be. The handwriting is consistent with other Alvarez family documents from that period." Gumbo turned the envelope over in the bag. He looked at the addressee again. Earl Gable. The name sounded familiar. He pulled out his phone and did a quick search. An obituary from 1978 popped up. Earl Gable, beloved husband, father, and postal worker. Survived by his loving wife, Eleanor. Eleanor Gable. The woman from the Historical Society records. The one who had filed a complaint about a missing silk stocking in 1893. No, that wasn't right. That was a different Gable. He scrolled further. Eleanor Gable, resident of Sunset Palms Retirement Community. Mother of Frank Gable. The pieces clicked into place with a dull, sickening thud. "Dr. Finch," Gumbo said slowly. "Where did you say you found this?" "In a ledger. It was just there. A miracle." "Let me see it," he said, his voice flat. He carefully slid the envelope out of the bag. The paper was brittle, fragile. He turned it over, his eyes tracing the faint pencil lines. It wasn't a map of an island. The boxes weren't buildings. They were aisles. The wavy lines weren't a coastline. They were the path from the front door to the deli counter. He looked closer at the writing, the faint words scrawled next to the X. It wasn't a cryptic clue in Spanish. It was a note, written in a shaky but clear hand. It said, "Rotisserie chicken. BOGO on Tuesday." Below that, there was a list. Milk. Bread. Prune juice for Earl. Bengay. "This isn't a treasure map, Amanda," Gumbo said, his voice gentle. "Of course it is," she insisted. "The X is the location of the cache. The list is clearly a code. Milk could mean white sand. Bread could be a reference to the gold, the bread of life. And Bengay, well, I'm still working on that one. Perhaps a reference to a hot spring?" Gumbo slid the envelope across the table to her. "Look at the addressee. Earl Gable. And look at the list. It's a grocery list, Amanda. Written by his wife. on the back of an old envelope she had lying around. Amanda stared at the envelope. She picked it up, her hands shaking slightly. She held it close to her face, her eyes tracing the words. She looked at the X. She looked at the words next to it. Rotisserie chicken. She sat there for a long, silent moment. The entire grand, beautiful edifice of her theory, the Spanish captains, the hidden caches, the coded messages, crumbled to dust around her. Her great archaeological discovery, the find that was going to make her famous, was a reminder to buy prune juice and take advantage of a 2-for-1 special on cooked birds. "Oh," she said. The word was small, deflated. "Oh dear." She looked up at Gumbo, her eyes wide with a dawning, horrified embarrassment. "But the shipping manifests, the textiles." "People lose a lot of socks, Amanda," Gumbo said. She slumped back in the booth, the crumpled envelope still in her hand. She looked like a child who had just been told, in no uncertain terms, that Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, and the Tooth Fairy were all part of a global conspiracy perpetrated by her parents. "So there's no treasure," she whispered. "I wouldn't say that," Gumbo said, a slow smile spreading across his face. He tapped the grocery list. "This is a treasure. Just not the kind you were looking for." He stood up and threw a $10 bill on the table. "Thanks for the coffee, Doctor. You have no idea how much you've helped." He left her there, sitting in the booth, staring at a 70-year-old grocery list. As he walked out of the diner, he felt a sense of clarity he hadn't felt since the case began. He had the confession from Frank. And now, thanks to a wild goose chase for pirate gold, he had the motive. It was never about the $20 million. It was never about getting rich. It was about the BOGO rotisserie chicken. It was about the small, simple, and deeply human desire to have one last adventure, to feel the thrill of the chase, to do something that wasn't on the schedule. It was about beating the system, just for a little while. And now, he knew exactly how to end it. Chapter 27. Pete Jenkins stood at the front of the Sunset Palms Community Center, tapping a microphone that was connected to a wheezing portable speaker. The room was filled with an uneasy, mismatched collection of people who had been summoned by a series of phone calls and a note on the community bulletin board that promised a full and frank discussion regarding recent events. Gumbo sat in the back row, a silent observer. He had seen this coming. In the front row, Sally Knuckles sat with his arms crossed, his face a thundercloud of controlled rage. His nephew, Vinny, sat beside him, looking like a man who desperately wished he were back at the Cracker Barrel. In a corner near the fake ficus tree, Eduardo El Sombra Morales stood with the patient stillness of a predator, his expression unreadable. And near the door, having been lured in by the promise of free coffee and donuts, was Chuck the Tracker Benson, a notebook and pen at the ready. The Grandpa gang sat at a card table to Pete's right. Morty was in his wheelchair, looking relieved. Eddie was defiant, chewing on a toothpick. Frank was squinting at the crowd, trying to figure out if he knew anyone. "Thank you all for coming," Pete said into the microphone, his voice echoing slightly in the cavernous beige room. "I know some of you are busy people. You have territories to maintain, cartels to manage, bounties to hunt. So I'll get right to the point." He paused, letting the silence hang in the air. He looked from Sally's furious face to Eduardo's calm one, and then her eyes settled on Gumbo. Pete gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. "We robbed the bank," he said, his voice as calm and matter-of-fact as if he were announcing the winner of the weekly bingo game. The room was silent. Chuck the Tracker's pen froze halfway to his notebook. Sally Knuckles' eye began to twitch. "We also robbed the pharmacy," Pete continued, though that was a mistake. Frank's reconnaissance was, shall we say, visually impaired. But the bank was all us. He looked at her crew. "Morty here," who you might know from his work in the therapy pool, used to install vaults for a living. He handled the technical side. Eddie, our shuffleboard champion, drove the car. He's very good under pressure, as some of you may have seen. Frank was our lookout, and I handled the planning and logistics. Sally Knuckles finally spoke, his voice a low, dangerous growl. You're telling me, you took $20 million? The final tally was closer to 23, if you count the bearer bonds and the rare coins, Pete corrected him. But that's not the point. That is the entire point. Sally exploded, half rising from his chair before Vinny put a calming hand on his arm. That was my territory. You don't pull a score like that in my territory without a conversation. We didn't want a conversation, Pete said simply. We wanted an adventure. He leaned forward, her small frame radiating an energy that filled the room. Do you have any idea what it's like to be 75 years old in a place like this? Your world shrinks. Your body betrays you. Every day is a schedule of pills and doctor's appointments and conversations about the weather. The highlight of the week is a new flavor of Jell-O in the cafeteria. You become invisible. People don't see you. They see a stereotype. A grumpy old man. He looked directly at Sally. We used to be people. Morty built things. Eddie crossed the country in an 18-wheeler. Frank served his country. I raised 3 kids after my wife died and ran a business. We had lives. We had skills. And we were tired of letting them rust. Eduardo, from his corner, spoke for the first time. His voice was quiet, but it commanded attention. So the money was irrelevant. The money was a souvenir, Pete said, a slow smile spreading across his face. A trophy. We didn't do it because we were greedy. We did it because we were bored. We did it because we wanted to feel like we still mattered. We wanted to do something that wasn't on the schedule, something that made our hearts beat a little faster. We wanted one last ride before arthritis and cataracts and the general indignity of it all made it impossible. Chuck the tracker finally found his voice. He stood up, his notebook in his hand. So, you're confessing? To the $23 million heist. That's right, Pete said. But you're not a kingpin from Miami, Chuck said, a look of profound confusion on his face. You're just a grandpa. I'm a grandpa who planned and executed a flawless, multi-million-dollar bank robbery, Pete said. You can be both. He turned her attention back to the room at large. So now you all know. The question is, what are you going to do about it? He looked at Sally. You can't put out a hit on 4 senior citizens. It would be terrible for your reputation. Very messy. He looked at Eduardo. And you. Your business requires discretion. A public spectacle involving a retirement community would be counterproductive. He let her gaze sweep across the room, a commander who knew he had his opponents outmaneuvered. We have the money. We have the jewels. We have the bearer bonds. And you have a very strange, very Floridian problem on your hands. He picked up a Tupperware container from the table beside her. Now, I've made my famous 7-layer dip. There are tortilla chips by the coffee machine. I suggest we all have a snack and discuss what happens next. Chapter 28. The Tupperware container of 7-layer dip sat on the card table like a peace offering in the middle of a demilitarized zone. No one moved. The silence in the community center was thick, heavy, and smelled faintly of betrayal and tortilla chips. Sally Knuckles stared at the dip, as if it had personally insulted his family. Eduardo Morales watched Pete with the calm, detached interest of a biologist studying a new and fascinatingly venomous species. Chuck the tracker was scribbling furiously in his notebook, trying to diagram the overlapping criminal conspiracies. Gumbo decided somebody had to be the adult in the room. He walked to the front, picked up a tortilla chip, and scooped up a healthy portion of the dip. "She's right," Gumbo said to the room at large, chewing thoughtfully. "It's a very good dip. The secret is a little bit of lime juice in the guacamole layer. Prevents browning." Sally's head snapped toward him. "Are you out of your mind? We're not here for a recipe swap. We're here because this woman," he gestured at Pete with a hand that was visibly trembling with rage, "and her team of geriatric delinquents stole $23 million from my territory." "Allegedly," Chuck the tracker muttered from his seat near the door. "She just confessed, you idiot," Sally roared. "It's about the principle of the thing," Gumbo said, ignoring Chuck. He directed his words to Sally. "It's about respect. I get that. You can't have people thinking they can just set up shop in your backyard without paying rent." Sally leaned forward, a flicker of understanding in his cold eyes. "Exactly. It's bad for business." "So let's talk business," Gumbo said. He pulled up a chair and sat down at the card table directly opposite Pete. He was now the moderator. "You want your money back. All of it." "And then some," Sally growled. "There's a penalty for this kind of disrespect. A tax." "We can discuss a tax," Pete said, his voice cool. He hadn't touched the dip. He was all business. "What's your number?" 10%, Sally said. "On top of the full amount of my cash that was in that vault. 2 million, plus 200,000 for my trouble." Pete considered it. "That seems high. The S&P 500 is only up 8% this year. This isn't the stock market. This is the cost of not having my nephew Vinny here break your arthritic little fingers." Vinny, who had been trying to blend in with the wallpaper, flinched. "There's no need for threats," Gumbo said calmly. "This is a negotiation. You want your money, plus a fee. What do you have to offer in return?" "I offer to let them continue breathing," Sally snarled. "That's not good enough," Pete said. He looked Sally right in the eye. "You get your money, plus 5%. And in return, we get your protection. The FBI is sniffing around. The local cops. If you're as connected as you pretend to be, you can make all that go away. You can point them in a different direction. Miami, maybe. Some professionals who conveniently left town." Sally was silent. He looked at Pete, and for the first time, a glimmer of professional respect appeared in his eyes. He wasn't just a crazy old man. He was a negotiator. He was offering him a solution to a problem he hadn't even considered. "That's a valuable service," Sally admitted. "That costs more than 5%. What else do you want?" Pete asked. Sally leaned back in his chair. He thought about it. He wanted to punish them. He wanted to make a point. But he also wanted this whole embarrassing, ridiculous situation to be over. "I want the recipe," he said. Pete blinked. "The recipe?" "For your meatballs," Sally said. Vinny won't shut up about them. Said they were the best he's ever had. Better than his grandmother's. Vinny sank lower in his chair, his face turning a deep shade of red. Pete's face broke into a slow, genuine smile. "The meatballs. You want my meatball recipe?" "Written down," Sally said. "No tricks. No leaving out the secret ingredient." "The secret ingredient is a pinch of nutmeg and a little bit of grated Parmesan in the breadcrumb mix," Pete said. "It's not a state secret." He looked at Gumbo. "He gets his money, plus 5%. We get his legal protection. And the recipe. Do we have a deal?" Gumbo looked at Sally. Sally gave a single, sharp nod. Deal. One problem solved. Gumbo turned his attention to the man in the corner. Eduardo. Your turn. Eduardo pushed himself off the wall and walked toward the table. He moved with a liquid grace that was unnerving. My situation is less flexible. My employer is not interested in recipes. He is interested in his property. 23 kilos of cocaine. We don't have it, Eddie spoke up for the first time, her voice a low growl. We saw the bricks, figured out what they were, and dumped them in the Gulf of Mexico. Somewhere off Seahorse Key. Eduardo's face remained impassive, but Gumbo saw a flicker of something in his eyes. Annoyance. This complicated things. That is unfortunate, Eduardo said. My employer will require compensation. The wholesale value is approximately $2 million. We don't have $2 million in cash, Morty said quietly. Most of it was in bonds and jewelry. Then I will take the bonds and the jewelry, Eduardo said. No, Gumbo said. He stood up and faced the Sicario. That's not going to work. Some of that jewelry belongs to people in this town. People who had nothing to do with this. It's going back to them. He thought of Dolores, of the college tuition. That was non-negotiable. Eduardo looked at him, his gaze cold. Then you have a problem. My employer is not a forgiving man. Pete cleared his throat. All eyes turned to her. He was looking at Eduardo, not with fear, but with the appraising eye of a matchmaker. You know, friend, he said. You look lonely. Eduardo was so taken aback, he actually took a step backward. I beg your pardon. You're a very handsome man, Pete continued, warming to his subject. Well-dressed, well-spoken. But you have sad eyes. When was the last time you had a nice home-cooked meal? That is not relevant to this discussion, Eduardo said, a hint of confusion entering his voice. Oh, I think it is, Pete said. You need a replacement for your product. Is that right? To satisfy your employer? That is correct. And we don't have your product. But we do have a pharmacy full of other products. Painkillers, mostly. High-grade stuff, according to the pharmacist. He waved a dismissive hand. We don't want them. You can have them. It's not $2 million worth, but it's a start. A gesture of goodwill. He leaned forward, her eyes twinkling. And I have a niece in Tampa. A lovely girl. A dental hygienist. Very successful. And very single. A little lonely herself, if you ask me. Eduardo stared at the man, his professional composure completely gone. He looked like a man who had just been asked to calculate the square root of a feeling. You are offering me stolen prescription medication and a blind date, he asked, his voice full of disbelief. I'm offering you a solution, Pete said. You get a down payment for your boss, which buys you some time. And you get the phone number of a wonderful young woman who makes a fantastic brisket. You look like a man who could use a good brisket in his life. Eduardo looked at Gumbo. Gumbo just shrugged. It was the most insane, most ridiculous, most Florida negotiation he had ever witnessed. And it was working. Eduardo stood there for a long time, the wheels turning in his head. He thought about his empty penthouse in Miami. He thought about the long, lonely flights. He thought about the existential crisis he'd had in the therapy pool. He thought about the endless cycle of violence and pressure. Then he thought about a nice girl in Tampa. A dental hygienist. A brisket. He let out a long, slow breath. I will require her photograph first, he said. Chapter 29. The automatic doors of the community center slid open with a sigh, and Detective Ray Castellanos walked in. He didn't look happy. He looked like a man who had been called away from a perfectly good plate of spaghetti to deal with a situation that his training at the police academy had in no way prepared him for. He had his hand on the butt of his service pistol, and a pair of handcuffs dangled from his belt. He stopped just inside the door and surveyed the scene. He saw a notorious Miami crime boss eating 7-layer dip. He saw a man who looked suspiciously like a cartel enforcer politely discussing the merits of brisket with an old man in a velour tracksuit. He saw the local pie, Gumbo, acting like he was the host of this bizarre party. And he saw the 4 senior citizens who had, according to a frantic and barely coherent phone call from a bounty hunter, just confessed to robbing his bank. "All right, Pete," Castellanos said, his voice echoing in the suddenly silent room. "Party's over." Pete wiped his mouth with a napkin. "Raymond, how nice of you to join us. Would you like some dip? I made it myself." "I'm not here for the dip," Castellanos said, walking forward, his eyes locked on the 4 members of the Grandpa Gang. "I'm here because I have a credible confession to a $23 million armed robbery. I'm here to make an arrest." He pulled the handcuffs from his belt. The metallic click was loud in the quiet room. "Now hold on a minute, Ray," Gumbo said, stepping between the detective and the card table. "We're in the middle of a delicate negotiation." "The negotiation is over," Castellanos said. "This is the part where the people who broke the law get put in the back of a police car. That's how this works." He looked at Pete, then at Eddie, Morty, and Frank. "You 4. On your feet. Or, in your case, Morty, just put your hands where I can see them." Morty, who had been enjoying a quiet conversation with Vinnie Torino about the pros and cons of various wheelchair models, raised his hands slowly. Frank looked at Castellanos, then at Pete, a look of deep confusion on his face. "Are we going to jail?" Frank shouted. "That's the general idea, Frank," Castellanos said. Pete stood up. He wasn't smiling anymore. He walked around the table until he was standing directly in front of the detective. He was a good foot shorter than him, but he looked him right in the eye. "Raymond, let's think this through," he said, voice calm and reasonable. "You're going to arrest us. 4 senior citizens, one of whom is in a wheelchair, and another of whom is functionally deaf. What does that look like on the 6 o'clock news?" Castellanos' jaw tightened. "It looks like justice." "It looks like a logistical nightmare," Pete countered. "First, there's the paperwork. Have you seen our medical charts? The list of pre-existing conditions alone will be 30 pages long. Then you have to book us. The jail isn't equipped for this. Do you have wheelchair-accessible cells? Do you have a staff nurse who knows how to administer 4 different kinds of blood pressure medication on a staggered schedule?" He took a step closer. "And the press, Raymond. The press will have a field day. The arthritis gang. The golden felons. They'll love it. You'll be famous. The cop who put Grandma in the slammer. Is that the legacy you want?" "I like Grandpa Gang myself," Gumbo chimed in. Castellanos hesitated. He looked over at Gumbo, who just gave him a slight shrug. "She has a point," Gumbo said. "The optics are terrible." "I don't care about optics. I care about the law." "Of course you do," Pete said, his voice softening. "You're a good cop. But you're also a smart one. You know that sometimes justice isn't about putting people in a cage. Sometimes it's about finding a solution that fits the crime." He gestured around the room. "Look around you. The money is being returned. The other interested parties have been satisfied. No one is pressing charges. The only victim left is the public trust." "And the bank," Castellanos grumbled. "A federally insured institution that will get all its money back," Pete said dismissively. So the question is, how do we restore the public trust? How do we make amends? He didn't wait for him to answer. We use our skills for good. We have a unique, first-hand knowledge of security vulnerabilities, particularly as they apply to the senior community. We could be a resource. Castellanos stared at her. A resource? You're bank robbers. And who knows more about bank security than a bank robber? Pete said. We propose a new form of community service. We will develop and teach a senior security awareness seminar. We'll tour the other retirement communities. We'll teach our peers how to avoid scams, how to secure their homes, how to not become victims. She smiled. And how to spot the warning signs of a bored and restless grandparent with a penchant for criminal enterprise. It was absurd. It was insane. And it was brilliant. Castellanos looked at the faces of the four old people. He thought about the endless reports, the court appearances, the media circus. Then he thought about a simple, clean solution that would make this whole crazy mess just go away. You're serious, he said, the fight going out of his voice. As a heart attack, Pete said. Just then, Chuck the tracker, who had been following the conversation with a look of growing bewilderment, stood up. But what about the security here? At Sunset Palms? Clearly, it's lacking. You need a professional. Someone with tactical experience. All eyes in the room turned to him. Pete looked him up and down. You mean the fella who fell in the fish pond? That was a strategic repositioning maneuver. Chuck protested. Right, Gumbo said, a slow smile spreading across his face. Ray, I think we found a solution for our bounty hunter friend too. Sunset Palms needs a new head of security. Someone to keep the residents safe. And to make sure nothing like this ever happens again. Chuck puffed out his chest. I am a licensed fugitive recovery specialist. And now you're the official Sunset Palms security guard, Pete said. The pay is terrible, but the job comes with a uniform, a golf cart with a flashing light on it, and all the lemon bars you can eat from Dorothy and 2B. Chuck's face lit up. A uniform. A golf cart. Official status. It was everything he had ever dreamed of. I accept, he said, his voice full of a new, solemn authority. Castellanos let out a long, slow breath. He looked at the scene. The mob boss was now getting the meatball recipe from Pete. The sicario was looking at a picture of Pete's niece on his phone. The bounty hunter was discussing the specs of his new golf cart with Morty. He holstered his handcuffs. Fine, he said, shaking his head. Community service. But if I hear about so much as a stolen Jell-O cup, I'm coming back. And I'm bringing the entire SWAT team. He turned and walked out of the community center, not looking back. He had a feeling that the official report for this case was going to be a work of pure, unadulterated fiction. Justice, Florida style, had been served. And it tasted a lot like 7-layer dip. Chapter 30. The morning after the Great Confession, Gumbo walked into Mabel's diner, and the world felt different. The coffee smelled better. The sunlight slanting through the windows seemed less harsh. Old Raj at the counter wasn't complaining about the quality of the bacon. Dolores was behind the counter, wiping it down with a clean towel. The dark circles under her eyes were gone. She looked up when the bell above the door chimed, and when she saw him, a slow, genuine smile spread across her face. It was the kind of smile that could make a man forget about mob bosses and sicarios and the existential dread of a bad cup of coffee. Morning, she said. Her voice was light, easy. Morning, Dolores, Gumbo said, sliding into his usual booth. Just coffee. She brought the pot over, but instead of just pouring and leaving, she set it down on the table and slid into the seat opposite him. She pushed a small, velvet-covered jewelry box across the table. It was old, the kind with a tarnished silver clasp. "It was on my doorstep this morning," she said, her voice quiet. "In a shoebox. No note." Gumbo didn't touch the box. He just looked at her. She opened it. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded satin, was a collection of jewelry. A delicate gold bracelet. A string of pearls. And in the center, a simple, elegant wedding ring with a small, perfect diamond. "Everything's there," she said, her voice thick with an emotion she wasn't trying to hide. "My grandmother's ring. The silver dollars my grandfather collected. Even the deed to the farm in Cuba, tucked underneath." "Impossible things happen all the time in Florida," Gumbo said, his voice softer than he intended. "That's not all," she said. She reached under the counter and pulled out a plain manila envelope. It was thick, heavy. This was in the box, too. She slid the contents onto the table. It was cash. Stacks of it. Mostly 20s and 50s, the kind of bills that didn't draw attention. Gumbo counted a few of the stacks with his eyes. It was a lot more than $5,000. "There was a note with this part," Dolores said. She unfolded a small piece of paper. The handwriting was a shaky, almost illegible scrawl. It read, "From the Sunset Palm Scholarship and Adventure Fund. For Miguel. Tell him to study hard." "The anonymous benefactors," Gumbo said, a slow smile spreading across his face. "I tried to tell Ray Castellanos," she said, already stacking the money back into the envelope. "He came by this morning. I showed him the box, the money. He just shook his head. Said it was unclaimed property that had been mysteriously recovered, and that if I tried to file any more paperwork, he'd charge me with interfering with an ongoing investigation he had no intention of continuing." She looked at Gumbo, her eyes shining. "He's going to college, Gumbo. My son is going to college." "He's a smart kid," Gumbo said. "He deserves it." "He deserves it," she repeated, a single happy tear tracing a path down her cheek. She wiped it away with the back of her hand. "And I owe you. I don't know what you did, or how you did it." "I just pointed them in the right direction," he said. "They did the rest themselves." She stood up and picked up the coffee pot. She refilled his cup, then refilled it again, even though it was already full. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Giving you a second cup," she said. "On the house." She put the pot down and pulled a pen from her apron pocket. She took a clean napkin from the dispenser and wrote something on it. She folded it neatly and slid it across the table to him. "And that's in case you ever want a third." Gumbo picked up the napkin. It was her name, and below it a phone number. He looked up at her, and the smile she gave him was worth more than all the money in the First National Bank. A week later, at Sunset Palms, the new security guard was making his rounds. Chuck, the tracker Benson, wore a crisp new uniform that was only slightly too tight, and he drove a golf cart with a flashing yellow light on the roof. He took his job very seriously. He stopped to check the ID of a flamingo delivery man, and spent 10 minutes interrogating a suspicious-looking squirrel that had gotten too close to the shuffleboard courts. In the game room, the Grandpa gang was gathered around their usual table. But they weren't playing cards. The table was covered with a large, detailed blueprint. "The security is a joke," Morty was saying, tapping a finger on a section of the blueprint marked Main Gallery. "Standard pressure plates under the carpet, infrared beams that are 20 years old. A man in a wheelchair could bypass this system in his sleep." "The timing is the key," Pete said, looking at a schedule he'd written on a legal pad. "They rotate the guards every 4 hours. There's a 3-minute window during the shift change where the West Wing is completely unmonitored." Eddie was studying a map of the surrounding streets. The getaway is clean. 2 blocks to a side street, then we're gone. As long as the driver knows what he's doing. He looked up and grinned. And the driver knows what he's doing. Frank, wearing a new pair of prescription glasses, was looking at a glossy brochure. On the cover was a picture of a large, priceless-looking diamond. So, just to be clear, he said, his voice loud and confident. This is the museum, right? The one with the jewels? Not a pharmacy. That's right, Frank, Pete said patiently. The Museum of Fine Arts. We're not stealing anything this time. This is an educational demonstration. A pro bono security consultation. And we're going to leave them a detailed report of their security flaws, Morty added, a twinkle in his eye. Right after we borrow that big diamond for a few hours, Eddie muttered under his breath. Pete looked around the table at his crew. They were alive. They were engaged. They had a purpose. They were a team. All right, he said, clapping his hands together. Let's run through the plan one more time. Frank, what's your job? Frank beamed. I'm the distraction, he announced proudly. I'm going to go up to the main guard and ask him where the bathroom is. Repeatedly. Pete smiled. It was a perfect plan. The end.